Ho, 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 my wonderful friends, and welcome. I'm Santa Papa John, and yes, I am your storyteller, and I'm so happy you're here. Tonight, we're setting aside the busy world for a little while and stepping into a place where kindness matters, courage grows, and one small step at a time, friendships become unforgettable adventures. And every story leaves a little sparkle in your heart. Whether you're watching from your living room, getting cozy before bedtime, spending time with your family, relaxing in a classroom, or simply looking for a peaceful place to smile, you are always welcome here. Over the next several hours, we'll travel to magical places, meet unforgettable friends like Bramble the Polar Bear, Snowbell the Cat, Pip the Penguin, Zippy the Elf, and of course, many more wonderful characters who remind us that even the smallest act of kindness can change somebody's day. So snuggle up with your favorite blanket, grab a warm cup of cocoa if you have one, and let your imagination lead the way. Take a deep breath, smile, and remember, no matter where you are in the world, there is always room for hope, laughter, friendship, and another wonderful story. Now, let's turn the page and begin our next great adventure. Ho, ho, ho! I'm Santa Papa John, and I love you, and thank you for joining me. Ho, ho, ho! Come in close, my beautiful, wonderful friends. Snuggle into your blankets, wiggle your toes, and let your imagination open up like a storybook by the fire. Tonight's story is about a toy. Not a shiny new toy, not a toy with a loud whistle or sparkling buttons. Nope, this story is about a toy that was cracked, scratched, and a little wobbly, and nearly forgotten. And yet, as you are about to hear, this toy became something very special indeed. This is the story of the broken toy that became a hero. Far up in the North Pole, where the snow sparkles like sugar and the stars shine so brightly they look like they're cheering, there stood the busiest place in the world in December, Santa's workshop. Oh my goodness, what a wonderful place it was. There were elves painting toy trains, elves polishing tiny tea sets, elves testing bouncing balls, elves wrapping presents so quickly their ribbons looked like dancing streamers in the air. Everywhere you looked, there was color, laughter, hammer tapping, bells jingling, and the warm smell of peppermint cocoa drifting through the hallways. And tucked near the back of the workshop, on a shelf marked Repairs and Second Chances, sat a small wooden toy horse named Bramble. Another Bramble. Now, Bramble had once been one of the proudest toys in the whole workshop. He had smooth painted coat, sturdy little wheels, and a red yarn tail that bounced whenever he rolled. He was made to be pulled along on a string by happy little feet. But one blistering afternoon, while being carried from the painting station to the polishing table, Bramble had slipped. Not because anybody was careless, not because anybody was rude, not because sometimes accidents happen, even in magical places. Down he tumbled, clunk, clatter, bump, until at least he landed with one wheel cracked and a front axle bent. The elves had gasped. "Oh dear," said one. "He's broken," whispered another. "Not broken," said old Fix-It Fern. "The repair elf just hurt." Not. Now, that was a very important difference. Still, Bramble was taken to the Repairs and Second Chances shelf to wait his turn. Where he sat with new toys were built, polished, wrapped, and set on their merry way. Day after day, Bramble watched the workshop bustle around him. The bright red sleigh came and went. The soft teddy bear was fluffed and boxed. The three toy robots rolled by singing a song about batteries that rhymed poorly but enthusiastically. and Bramble stayed on the shelf. At first he tried to be patient, then he tried to be hopeful, then he mostly tried not to feel sad when he heard the other toys whisper. He'll probably never be chosen now. What child would want a toy with a cracked wheel? He's just damaged. Bramble did not cry. Wooden horses are not especially good at crying. But if he had to been able to, he might have. One snowy evening after most of the workshop lights had dimmed and the last of the cocoa mugs had been stacked by the sink, the little toy rabbit on the shelf below looked up at Bramble. Her name was Mopsy, and she had one button eye slightly bigger than the other, which gave her a permanent expression of cheerful surprise. "Why do you look like a cloud that forgot when it rained?" she asked. Bramble blinked. "Is that what I look like?" "Very much so," said Mopsy. Bramble sighed. "I was supposed to be someone's favorite toy." Mopsy tilted her floppy ear. "You still might be." Bramble glanced down at his cracked wheel. "With this?" Mopsy nodded. "Plenty of wonderful things have cracks." "Like what?" "Cookies," said Mopsy instantly. "Ice, old teacups, cramp of voices, sidewalks with flowers growing through them." Bramble had not expected that list. "I'm not sure I wanted to be compared to cracked ice." "Well," said Mopsy, "I thought the cookie example would cheer you first." Bramble almost laughed. Almost. Now, the next morning brought exciting news. Santa himself was coming through the workshop for final Christmas inspections. Whenever Santa did inspections, every elf stood a little taller, every bow got tied a little straighter, and even the toy train seemed to whistle more proudly. Fix-It Fern bustled over to the repairs and second chances shelf, carrying her tiny toolbox. "All right, my dears," she said warmly. "Today is your day. Let's see what we can mend." One by one, Fern worked carefully. She stitched the seam on a claw doll. She polished a tin airplane. She reset the spring in a music box. And then she came to Bramble. "Well now," she murmured, lifting gently. "You've waited kindly." Bramble tried not to sound too hopeful. "Can I be fixed?" Fern peered closely at his wheel and axle. "Yes," she said, "though not perfectly." Bramble's little wooden heart sank. Fern smiled gently. "Perfect is highly overrated." She sat him on the workbench and got to work. Tap here, tighten there, a little sanding, a little glue, a brass brace around the cracked wheel, a firm little twist to straighten the axle. At last, Fern set Bramble down and gave him a gentle push. He rolled, not exactly like new, but smoothly, steadily, proudly. Bramble gasped. "I can move!" Fern winked. "Told you." Bramble looked down at the small brass band around his wheel. "I still don't look like the others." "No," said Fern, "you look like yourself." That was nice to hear, but Bramble still wasn't sure what that meant. Soon Santa came through the workshop in all his bright red cheer, with his glasses low on his nose and his eyes twinkling like happy lanterns. "Ho, ho, ho," I said, "looking wonderful in here." The elves smiled and bustled. Santa checked toy lists, nodded at wrapped gifts, and complimented a rocking chair so kindly that the rocking chair looked flattered. Then he came to the repairs and second chances table. "Well, well," I said, "who have we here?" Fix-It Fern lifted Bramble. "This is Bramble," she said, "sturdy little pole horse. He took a tumble, but he's sound again." Santa held Bramble carefully in both hands. "Ah," Santa said softly, listening to the brass brace, "a toy with a story." Bramble didn't know whether that was a good or bad. Santa rolled Bramble gently across the table. "Smooth, straight, sturdy. Excellent work, Fern." Fern smiled. "He may not be perfect." Santa chuckled. "Neither am I, and no one has fired me yet." The elves laughed. Bramble felt something in his chest loosen. Santa looked at him closely. You're not less because you're not repaired. My friend, you're stronger where you needed help. Now, that was a sentence worth keeping. Bramble remembered every word. Later that day, all the chosen toys were packed carefully into Santa's sleigh. Dolls and trains and puzzles and bells and stuffed animals and blocks and neatly stacked and labeled. And yes, Bramble was chosen too. He was wrapped in soft tissue paper and placed in a box with a gold tag that read, "For Eli." Bramble didn't know who Eli was, but he hoped that Eli might still want him. The sleigh ride was chilly and magical and full of jingling bells, and Bramble couldn't see much from inside his box. But he felt the lift of the sleigh, the swoop through the clouds, and the gentle stops along the way. At long last, Santa delivered Bramble to a cozy little house with a crooked chimney and a patchwork quilt on the sofa. 3 cookies waited by the tree. "Ah," Santa whispered, setting Bramble down with care. "This feels right." The next morning in that little house, a little boy named Eli ran into the room in striped socks and joy. He was 9 years old with a serious brown eyes and a smile that arrived slowly but brightly. Like sunshine, he opened a puzzle, a wooden scarf, a book of animal facts, and then he came to Bramble. He peeled back the paper, he saw the little wooden horse, and for a moment he was very quiet. "Oh," his mother said gently, "do you like him?" Eli ran one finger along the brass brace on Bramble's wheel. "He's been fixed," Eli said softly. His grandfather, who was watching from the armchair by the window, smiled. "So have I," he said. Everyone turned to look at Grandpa. He tapped his cane and lifted one eyebrow. "My knee has metal in it. My glasses are thick as window panes, and I still make the best pancakes in his family." Eli laughed. Grandpa leaned forward. "That horse doesn't look broken to me. He looks brave." Eli held Bramble in both hands. "Brave," he repeated. Then carefully he tied a red pull string around Bramble's neck and rolled him across the floor. Bramble's wheel moved smoothly, steady, strong. Eli grinned. "I'm naming him Captain." Now, Bramble had always imagined a gentle horse name for himself. Clover, perhaps, or Chestnut. Captain was not what he had expected. And so life with Eli began. They went everywhere together, across the kitchen floor, into blanket forts, along windowsills that became mountain roads, beneath chairs that became caves. Eli told Bramble all his adventures, all his worries, all his secret plans, and Bramble listened the way good toys do, completely. At night, Eli tucked him in beside the bed. During rainy afternoons, they patrolled the hallway. On one Memorial to Tuesday, Bramble was promoted to Assistant Dragon Scout. Though no dragons appeared, and Eli admitted this was disappointing, then one afternoon something happened. Eli's little cousin, Minna, came to visit. Minna was 3 years old, full of energy, and convinced that all toys should move faster if you shouted at them. "Go, horsey, go!" she yelled, charging around the room. Eli tried to keep up with her, but in an excitement, Minna tipped over a cushion, not badly, not dangerously, but enough to send a tower of wooden blocks wobbling towards her. Eli froze, the blocks tipped, and Bramble, our steady little repaired hero, rolled directly into the base of the wobbling tower just as it fell. Instead of toppling onto Minna, the blocks crashed against Bramble, scattering sideways across the rug. Minna sat down with a soft oof, then blinked, then giggled. "Horsey saved me!" Eli's eyes were wide. He scooped Bramble up at once. One of Bramble's new brass screws had popped loose. His repaired wheel wobbled again. "Oh no," Eli whispered. Grandpa came over, checked Minna, who was completely fine and now trying to stack the blocks again out of order, then looked at Bramble. "Well now," Grandpa said, "that toy really is a captain." Eli held Bramble close. "He helped." "Yes," said Grandpa, "he did." That evening, Eli sat at the kitchen table while Grandpa brought a little repair kit. "Can we fix him?" Eli said. Grandpa said, "Of course we can." Together they worked carefully, tightening the tiny screw. A bit of glue, small polish on the brass brace. When they were all done, Bramble looked as sturdy as ever. Eli stroked his mane. "You're my hero," he whispered. "Now, my dear friends, if a wooden toy horse could blush, Bramble would have turned bright red from nose to tail, because all his life in the workshop he had feared about being repaired made him less special. But here, in a house full of warmth and pancakes and striped socks and dragon scouts and cousins who shouted at toys, being repaired had helped him make exactly who he needed to be. Strong where it mattered, steady when it counted, and from that day on, whenever Eli introduced Bramble to anyone, he didn't just say, "This is my old rocking horse." He said, "This is Captain. He's brave. Ho, ho, ho." And if you ever find a toy with scratches, a patch, a missing bit of paint, or a place where someone cared enough to mend it, remember Bramble, because sometimes the things that look a little broken on the outside turn out to be the strongest hearts of all. Here's the moral of the story. Being perfect doesn't make us less valuable. Sometimes the places where we have been helped, repaired, and made stronger because of the very places that prepare us to help others. Bramble learned that a second chance is not something to be ashamed of. It can become a source of courage, purpose, and kindness. Wow, boys and girls, moms and dads. Isn't that awesome? Wasn't that a great story? I hope you like it. I hope you share it. Share it with your friends. And then come back again tomorrow for another wonderful story time by Santa. Santa Papa Joe. Ho, ho, ho. Santa loves you. Good evening and welcome to another wonderful episode of Storytime by Santa. Ho, ho, ho. Come in close, my wonderful friends. Pull up a blanket up snug. Wiggle your toes a bit and make room for one more cozy story by the fire. Tonight's tale is about something unexpected. Not a sleigh problem, not a runaway cookie, not even an elf with a peppermint in his eyebrow. Though I know one or two, no, tonight is about a cat. A very fluffy, very curious, very determined kitty cat. And this is the story of the snow cat who followed Santa home. Long ago, on a Christmas Eve, so sparkly that the snow seemed to wink at the moon, Santa Claus, that's me, was making his way across the world in my sleigh, delivering gifts, sharing joy, and trying very hard not to eat all the cookies before midnight. Now, I do my best, but some gingerbread is very persuasive. That night the reindeer were flying beautifully. Rudolph's nose glowed steady and bright. Dasher was feeling a little extra speedy. Dancer was humming carols. And Comet kept insisting that clouds looked like mashed potatoes. "They do," said Comet. "They do not," said Vixen. "They do if you're hungry," Comet replied. And so, with jingling bells and good cheer, we sailed over the rooftops, forests, fields, and towns glowing warmly below. Our next stop was a little mountain village tucked into a snowy valley. The cottages were small and cozy, the chimneys puffed smoke in the winter sky. Lanterns glowed in the windows. Pine trees stood tall and frosty around the village square. It was quiet, peaceful, The kind of place where even the snow falls politely. I landed the sleigh softly on the edge of the square. Back in a twinkle, I told the reindeer. Bring cookies, said Blitzen. You said that last stop, I replied. And I was right, last stop too, said Blitzen. I chuckled, lifted my sack, and set off through the village. The gifts were easy enough that night, a doll house here, a train set there, a warm scarf, a picture book, a little carved fox. I moved from roof to roof, chimney to chimney, and with the kind of happy rhythm that only Christmas Eve can bring. And at that very last house in the village, just as I stepped back out into the snowy square, I heard something. A tiny sound. I froze. That wasn't a reindeer. That wasn't an elf. It was definitely not Blitzen asking for cookies. I turned around slowly, and there beneath the village tree sat the fluffiest white cat I had ever seen. Its fur was soft and snowy. It nearly disappeared into the ground and around it. Its eyes were bright blue, like winter morning sky. Its paws were round and neat. Its tail curled around its feet like a feathery scarf. The cat looked at me and blinked. Meow. Well, now, I said quietly, kneeling down, and who might you be? The cat stood, stretched each paw one at a time, and walked right over to me like we had already been introduced. Then it rubbed my boot. I smelled friendly, are we? The cat purred so loudly I could hear it through my mittens. I looked around the square, hoping to see a sign or a color or perhaps a sleepy villager peeking out the window. Nothing. Just snow, lantern light, and one extremely self-assured cat. I said, you must belong to someone. The cat sat neatly and sneezed, a tiny squeaky little sneeze. Then it blinked at me as if to say, well? I gave a little extra scratch behind the ears. You, my snowy friend, are a mystery. The cat purred louder. Just then, from across the square, an old baker stepped out of the door of his shop carrying a tray of cooling rolls. He spotted me and nearly dropped him. Santa Claus? He whispered. I tipped my hat. Merry Christmas. The baker grinned so wide his cheek looked ready to burst. Then he noticed a cat. Oh, you found the snow cat. The snow cat? I asked. The baker nodded. No one knows where she came from. She appears at the first snowfall, sleeps wherever she likes, visits whoever she needs company, won't stay indoors for long. We all leave out bits of fish or cream, but she belongs to no one and everyone, if you understand me. I looked down at the cat. The cat looked up at me. Meow. The baker chuckled. She seems to like you. Well, I said, she has excellent taste. The baker laughed at that. Well, what do folks call her? I asked. The baker thought for a moment. Mostly, there she is again, but the children call her Snowbell. Snowbell, I repeated. That suits her. Snowbell flicked one ear as if approving. Bad decision. I gave the baker a warm nod, wished him a Merry Christmas, and turned back towards the sleigh. Snowbell followed. Step, step, step. Paused. Meow. I stopped. She stopped. I walked. She walked. I turned fully around. Oh, no, no, no. You stay here, little one. Snowbell sat down. I nodded. Good. Then I took 3 steps. Snowbell took 4. By the time I reached the sleigh, she was right behind me. The reindeer looked down. A cat? Said Dasher. A snow cat, I corrected. Blitzen peered over the edge. Does it eat cookies? Snowbell leaped up into the sleigh rail in one smooth, elegant motion and settled herself onto a folded blanket like she owned the place. Every reindeer blinked. Cupid whispered, I like her. Absolutely not, I said gently. Snowbell, you can't come with us. Snowbell yawned. Then she tucked her paws under herself and closed her eyes. Comet leaned towards me. That looks like a yes. I sighed. It looks like trouble. But Christmas Eve was moving along and still had miles to go and gifts to deliver. I picked Snowbell up to place her back on the ground. She did not scratch, she did not squirm, she simply looked in my eyes with such complete and fluffy determination that I paused. Oh dear. I said softly, "You've got that look." "What look?" asked Rudolph. "The look that says, I have chosen you, and now you must live with the consequences." Rudolph nodded. Serious look. Snowbell purred. "Now I want to be very clear. Santa does not usually bring mystery cats back to the North Pole. There are procedures. There are questions. There is paperwork. Somewhere, Head Elf Wrenchley was usually probably waking up already, sensing future paperwork in the air. But it was cold, and she was small, and she had chosen my sleigh. So I did what any sensible Christmas-hearted person might do. I wrapped Snowbell up in a soft red scarf, tucked her beside the toy sack, and said, "You may ride until the next village, then we'll see." Snowbell blinked once, very solemnly. Rudolph snorted. "That means she won." "Not helping," I said. Up we went into the sky. Snowbell did not panic. She did not yowl. She did not try to leap off the sleigh, which I appreciated. Instead, she stood with her little paws on the rail and watched the snowy world below, ears twitching in the wind, eyes wide with wonder. I had to admit, she looked beautiful there. Moonlight on white fur, stars reflected in her eyes, one tiny pink nose aimed straight towards adventure. At the next stop, I turned to tell her to stay in the sleigh. Snowbell was gone. My beard nearly jumped off my face. "Snowbell!" A little white head popped out of the toy sack. "Meow!" Blitzen laughed so hard he jingled. She hid in the presents. "Snowbell," I said, trying to sound stern and not amused, "that is not proper sleigh etiquette." She climbed out, walked across the seat, and sat directly on my mitten. Dasher whispered, "I think she likes you." "She likes convenience," I muttered. But from then on, Snowbell stayed close. On one village, she sat by the gift sack and batted a falling snowflake. At another, she curled beside the hot cocoa thermos and purred so loudly it sounded like a tiny engine. At one point, she climbed into Donner's back while we were gliding between stops. Donner nearly crossed his own antlers in surprise. "There's a cat on me," he said. "Yes," I replied, "and I'm trying to be calm." "You're doing very well." Snowbell, for her part, looked delighted. As the night went on, something else began to happen. At each stop, Snowbell seemed to know exactly where comfort was needed, and in one village where I set gifts by the tree, I noticed the little boy asleep on the sofa, a worried crease between his eyebrows even in dreams. Snowbell hopped down from my arms, walked over and curled against his feet. The face softened immediately. In another house, an elderly woman slept in a rocking chair beside a dim fire. Snowbell leaped into her lap, purred once, and the woman smiled in her sleep. In a city apartment, a girl had left a drawing for Santa with a note that read, "I hope everyone feels less lonely this Christmas." Snowbell sat beside the drawing and touched it gently with one paw. I felt my throat grow tight at that. Rudolph glanced back at me after that. "Stop. You're noticing it too." "Yes," I said softly. "She doesn't just follow you. She follows the need." That was exactly right. Wherever the little extra warmth was needed, Snowbell drifted towards it like moonlight finding a window. By the time we reached the last stretch of the journey, I no longer wondered where she was lost. Some creatures you see are not lost at all. Some are simply on their way. When at last we turned north and flew towards home, dawn was beginning to pale the horizon. The sky softened from deep blue to lavender to silver. The reindeer was tired but cheerful. The sleigh bells sounded gentler now, as if even they were getting sleepy. Snowbell sat tucked inside my coat, her nose just peeking out warm and content. Almost home, I told her. Meow, she replied. The North Pole glowed ahead of us. Workshops twinkling, chimneys puffing, snow shining pink in the early light. As we landed, elves began hurrying out to greet us. Santa's back, Santa's back. How did it go? Did anybody leave any gingerbread? Then I noticed a white bundle in my arms. Wrenchley stopped so suddenly his boots squeaked. Is that, he said, blinking, a cat? It is, I said. Why? Fair question. Mrs. Claus appeared in the doorway just then, wearing her apron and her warmest smile. She took one look at Snowbell and said, well, of course. I laughed. Of course what? Of course Christmas sent you home with a cat. Snowbell stretched towards her immediately. Mrs. Claus took her gently, and Snowbell nestled right in as if she'd been expected all along. That, I confess, made me laugh out loud. Well, I said, I suppose that settles who's in charge. Mrs. Claus kissed my cheek. It was never you, dear. Over the next few days, Snowbell explored the North Pole with quiet confidence. She slept in folded blankets in the wrapping workshop. She supervised cocoa stirring in the kitchen. She sat on the toy plans while Wrenchley tried to work, which did not improve his mood but did improve everybody else's. She visited the reindeer barn where Cupid adored her, and Blitzen still wanted to know whether she liked cookies. She prefers fish, I told him. That feels fantastic, said Blitzen. And always Snowbell seemed to know when someone needed a little comfort. A tired elf, Snowbell would appear on their lap. A homesick helper, Snowbell would curl against their boots. A quiet moment by the window when the post-Christmas hush felt just a little bit too hushy. There would be Snowbell, purring like a small promise that warmth still existed. One evening, as the aurora danced green and gold across the sky, I sat outside on the workshop steps with Snowbell on my knee. You know, I said to her, I thought you were following me home. Snowbell opened up one eye, but I think, I continued, you were really following Christmas. Snowbell purred, and that, my dear, is how the snow cat came to the North Pole. Did she stay forever? Well, no. That's the lovely part. By the next few new snowfall, Snowbell was gone. No fuss. Just one empty blanket by the fire and a few white hairs on my red coat. The elves were sad for a day. The reindeer asked questions. Mrs. Claus simply smiled. She knows where she's needed, she said. And sure enough, from that winter on, reports began to drift in. A white cat seen by a window in a snowy village, a fluffy tail disappearing around a church in a mountain town, tiny paw prints on a porch where someone had been feeling lonely, a soft purr beside a child's bed on Christmas Eve. So if ever one winter night you hear a tiny meow outside your door, or if you find paw prints and fresh snow leading right to your window, or if your heart feels strangely lighter for no reason that you can name, it just may be that Snowbell has passed by. And if she does, be sure to say hello for Santa. Ho, ho, ho! The moral of the story is sometimes the sweetest helpers arrive in unexpected ways, and kindness enters. Kindness does not always knock loudly before it enters our lives. Snowbell remains Santa and everybody at the North Pole that comfort, warmth, and love can be shared quietly, one gentle moment at a time. When we pay attention to where kindness is needed and bravely offer it, even in small ways, we help others feel less alone, and we bring a little more Christmas light into the world. That, my fellow children, is this story about Snowbell the winter cat. Ho, ho, ho! See you next time on the next version of Storytime by Santa. All right, boys and girls, Santa's got another story. He's sitting on the beach, relaxing, enjoying, and thinking about, I could get used to sitting on this beach. Ho, 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 my wonderful friends, snuggle in close. Scoot your cocoa a tiny bit away from the edge of the couch. Santa has seen too many oopsie splashes. And make a little cozy space in your heart for a story that's warm, silly, and sweet. Tonight's tale comes from the snowy sparkle of the North Pole, where the auroras dance like ribbon candy in the sky. Even the wind sounds like it's humming a holiday tune. This story is called The Polar Bear Who Hugged Too Much. Now, can you really hug too much? Well, let's find out. Now, before you giggle and say, Santa, is that even possible? Let me just tell you, when you meet this polar bear, you'll understand. His name was Bramble. Bramble was big, like 2 sleds wide big. His paws were the size of dinner plates. His fur was fluffy like whipped cream, and his smile. Oh, his smile could melt an icicle into a puddle of happy. Bramble loved 3 things more than anything: snow naps, the kind where your nose goes snuffle, snuffle, and you wake up with a snow hat. Berry muffins, especially the ones Mrs. Claus makes with a little sparkly sugar on top. And hugs, not just quick, easy, squeezy hugs. Not just the thank you for sharing hugs. No, Bramble loved full body, heart included, warm delivery service hugs. The kind that say, I'm glad you exist and I want you to know it. Which is very lovely, except Bramble hugged everybody. He hugged the elves, he hugged the reindeer, he hugged snowmen, and then apologized when their buttons popped off. He hugged mailbags, don't ask. He thought one of them looked lonely. He once hugged a broom because it was standing by itself in the corner, like it had feelings. And here's the thing, Bramble's hugs were so powerful that sometimes, just sometimes, they caused, well, mild chaos. For example, one morning Bramble waddled into the workshop with a big grin. Good morning, everyone. He boomed, elves waved, tools clinked, and a toy robot did a little dance because it was programmed to celebrate greetings. Bramble spotted an elf named Jingle Pop carrying a tray of tiny bells. Oh, Jingle Pop, Bramble cried, you're shining today. Before Jingle Pop could say, please, I'm holding a delicate, Bramble scooped him up in a bear hug. Jingle, 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 the bells flew straight up like literally fountain. They rained down on the floor in a musical sprinkle. Jingle Pop blinked. I became a bell storm. Bramble sat him down gently and beamed. Wasn't that fun? Jingle Pop stared at the bells scattered everywhere. For the bells, it was, yes. The other elves laughed. Even Jingle Pop cracked a smile because you couldn't say anything to stay mad when a polar bear looks at you like you're the best muffin in the whole pan. But after a while, little problems started stacking up like pancakes. The reindeer began to dodge behind sleigh rails. The elves started wearing busy hands items like they were invisible shields. Pencils, measuring tapes, cookie trays, even a large pot of soup once. That was not recommended. Soups deserve stability. And Bramble, well, he noticed. He didn't notice right away because Bramble's brain was full of good intentions and happy thoughts. But one afternoon, as he wandered towards the hot cocoa station, he saw something that made his fluffy chest feel a tiny pinch. A little reindeer named Pip, small, fast, and extra sparkly around the eyes, was talking with my head reindeer, Holly. Pip was saying, "I love Bramble. I do. He's so kind." Holly nodded. "He is." Pip sighed. "But his hugs, he hugs are, a lot." Holly tried not to smile. "They can be enthusiastic." Pip looked down at the snow. "Sometimes I don't want a hug. Sometimes I just want to wave." Then Pip added quietly, "And sometimes I feel bad saying no." Oh, my friends, Bramble heard that last part and his heart sank like a snowball in cocoa. He took 2 slow steps backwards, very quietly for a polar bear, and sat down behind a snowdrift near the candy cane fence. And for the first time in his polar bear life, Bramble felt unsure. He looked down at his paws. "Too much," he whispered. Now Bramble wasn't angry. He wasn't offended. He wasn't thinking, "How dare they?" No, Bramble was thinking something much more softer. "I was trying to make people feel loved, and I might have made them feel squished." That night, Bramble worked slowly to a quiet corner near the workshop window where the moonlight made silver patterns on the snow. And guess who found him? Me, Santa Papa John. I stepped up beside him holding 2 mugs of cocoa, one for me and one for the biggest hugger in the North Pole. "Evening, Bramble," I said gently. Bramble took the mug like it was precious. "Hi, Santa." We stood quietly for a moment, letting the cocoa steam warm our noses. Then Bramble blurted out, "Santa, am I a bad bear?" I turned towards him so that he could see my eyes clearly. "Oh, Bramble, you are a wonderful bear." Bramble's ears drooped, "But I hug too much." I nodded slowly. "You hug with a big heart. That's a beautiful thing. But do you know what else is beautiful?" Bramble sniffed. "Muffins?" I smiled. "Yes, muffins are definitely beautiful. But I was thinking respect." Bramble blinked. "Respect?" "Yep," I said. "Respect means we care about what other people need, not just what we want to give, even if the thing we want to give is kindness." Bramble stared at the snow. "So kindness can be too much?" I scratched my beard thoughtfully. Kindness is always good, but kindness needs a helper called permission. Bramble's eyes widened. "Permission?" "That's right," I said. "Sometimes the kindest things you can do is ask, 'Would you like a hug?' And then, this is the important part, you listen to the answer." Bramble's voice was quiet. "What if they say no?" I patted his fluffy arm. "Then you give them another kind thing. A wave, a smile, space. A friendly, 'I'm glad you're here.'" Bramble nodded slowly like a bear learning a new dance step. "I can do that." "Good," I said, "because your heart is a gift, Bramble. We just need to wrap it in good manners." Bramble smiled a tidy bit. "Like a present." "Exactly," I said. "Even love needs a bow." The next morning, Bramble made a plan. He waddled with a purpose to the workshop and asked for a piece of wood and a bit of paint. The elves watched curiously as he painted a sign in big, friendly letters. Hugs available? Please ask. Underneath in smaller letters, he added, also available waves, high fives, and compliments. Jingle Pop read it and snorted with laughter. Compliments? Bramble held up his paws. I'm expanding my menu. Tinseltina clapped. This is emotional excellence. Bramble took a deep breath. His stomach fluttered like a tiny nervous snowflake. This was the scary part. Not the scary like monsters. No. Scary like trying something new. He walked up to Pip the reindeer, who was tying a ribbon to a gift box. Bramble cleared his throat politely. Pip? Pip turned and froze for a split second, like he expected the hug tornado. Bramble stayed still. He remembered permission. He asked gently, would you like a hug? Pip blinked, looked surprised, and then Pip smiled. Not right now, Bramble, but thank you for asking. Bramble nodded. You're welcome. Then he tried a new option. He gave Pip a warm wave and said, your ribbon work is top tier. Very fancy. Pip giggled. Top tier? Bramble smiled. I've been practicing compliments. Pip's eyes perked up. Well, I like it. And Pip went back to tying ribbons without feeling squished. Bramble's heart lifted like a balloon. It worked! It really worked! Next, Bramble approached Jingle Pop. Jingle Pop held up a tray immediately like a shield. I'm carrying bells. Bramble chuckled. I noticed. Bramble asked, would you like a hug? Jingle Pop considered, maybe, after I set these down and my life stops jingling. Bramble nodded seriously. Understood. Safety first. Then Bramble stepped back, clasping his paws politely, and waited. When Jingle Pop returned a few minutes later, he said, okay, one hug, but a gentle hug. Bramble's eyes sparkled. Gentle? Like a marshmallow landing? He wrapped Jingle Pop in the softest hug ever. Barely a squeeze, mostly warmth. Jingle Pop sighed happily. Oh, that's actually perfect. Bramble whispered, thank you for trusting me. Jingle Pop said, thank you for not launching my bells into the atmosphere. All around, the elves started noticing Bramble was still Bramble, still kind, still warm, still smiling, but now he was careful and thoughtful too. That afternoon, I watched from my workbench as Bramble offered options like he was running a kindness cafe. Elf Sprout, Bramble asked, hug, high five, or joke? Sprout grinned. Joke. Bramble said, why did the snowman bring a broom to the party? Sprout giggled. Why? Bramble paused dramatically because he wanted to sweep everybody off their feet. Sprout laughed so hard he had to sit down. That's terrible. Bramble beamed. Thank you. Later, Bramble met Mrs. Claus carrying a tray of muffins. He brightened. Mrs. Claus, would you like a hug? Mrs. Claus smiled. I would love one, Bramble, but first can you carry these muffins to the table? Bramble's ears perked up. Yes, I can. He carefully carried the muffins like they were tiny treasures. Then Mrs. Claus gave him a hug first, because she knew he was learning. Bramble's voice said, got soft, I feel helpful. Mrs. Claus winked. You are helpful and thoughtful and still delightfully huggable. A few days passed and something wonderful happened. Instead of people hiding from Bramble, they started coming towards him. Pip would trot up and say, Bramble, I've had a rough day. Could I have a hug now? And Bramble would say, absolutely, and Pip got just right, like a warm blanket, not a snowplow. And the elf would whisper, Bramble, can I have a quiet sit together? No talking, just company. And Bramble would nod and sit gently beside them. like a fluffy, silent friend. Even Mr. Pickles the cat, who visits the North Pole sometimes because, well, you know, cats do whatever they want, strolled by and brushed against Bramble's leg. Bramble gasped, "Is this permission?" Mr. Pickles blinked slowly. Bramble whispered, "It's permission." He didn't hug the cat. He simply offered a respectable head scratch. The cat purred like a tiny engine. Victory! Then came the big moment, the annual North Pole Winter Festival. Lights, music, cocoa, and a dance floor made of polished ice that, surprisingly, safe. Elves invented special anti-slip shoes. They are adorable and also somewhat squeaky. During the festival, I made a big announcement. "Friends," I boomed, "we're celebrating kindness today. Kindness in action, kindness in words, kindness in choices." The crowd cheered. Then I motioned towards Bramble. "And we're celebrating someone who learned something important this week." Bramble waddled forward, nervous but smiling. I said, "Bramble has a huge heart, and he discovered that the best way to share love is to make sure it feels good to the person receiving it." Pip trotted up and raised a hoof. "Speech!" The elves chanted, "Speech! Speech! Speech!" Bramble's cheek turned a little pink under the fur. He cleared his throat. "I used to think," Bramble said, "that love meant hugging everyone as much as possible." A few elves giggled. Bramble continued, "But I learned that love also means asking, listening, respecting." He looked out at everyone. "Now I offer choices. Hugs when you want them, waves when you don't, jokes when you need a laugh." Sprout shouted, "Tell the broom one!" Bramble grinned, "Maybe later." Then Bramble finished with a gentle smile. "Thank you for being honest with me. I didn't want to be too much. I wanted to be just right." The crowd applauded so loud that the snow shook off the trees like confetti. And that night, under dancing northern lights, Bramble didn't chase anybody down for surprise hugs. Instead, something magical happened. People came to him, one by one, on purpose, because now Bramble's hugs weren't just big. They were safe, they were asked for, they were wrapped in respect and tied with a bow. And my friends, that's the kind of magic that lasts longer than winter, longer than festival lights, longer than even the fluffiest beard. Here's the moral of the story. Kindness is most powerful when it comes with respect, because real love isn't just about what we want to give. It's also about what others need to receive. Bramble learned that asking for permission, listening to yes or no, and offering different ways to show care can make people feel safe, valued, and truly loved. When we choose patience and responsibility with our big hearts, we become the kind of friends who don't just hug the world, we help it feel comfortable, understand, and warmly included. Isn't that amazing, ladies and gentlemen? What an awesome story. But stick around, because Santa's got more. Santa loves you, and I hope you're having a wonderful day. Ho, ho, ho. Talk to you soon. Ho, 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 ladies and gentlemen, Santa Papa John here, and today we are starting something exciting for you and your children, moms and dads. We're doing the Big Heart Life Lesson Series. Today's episode is Small Kindness Matters. Bramble thought kindness had to be big, like big hugs, big help, big moments. But one day, he noticed something small, a smile, a wave, a kind word, and he saw how much it meant. It made somebody feel happy, seen, and important.
That's when Bramble learns something special. Kindness doesn't have to be big to make a difference. Sometimes the smallest things can brighten somebody's entire day. So today, for a small way to be kind, a wave, a smile, a kind word, because those little moments can mean everything. Can you practice that today? And don't forget to subscribe to listen to more Big Heart Life stories.
Ho, 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 ladies and gentlemen, Santa Papa John here, and today we are starting something exciting for you and your children, moms and dads. We're doing the Big Heart Life Lesson Series. Today's
Big Heart Life lesson is be patient. Bramble was excited. He wanted to go fast. He wanted to get there first. But along the path, he met a turtle moving very, very slowly. At first, Bramble felt frustrated, but then he noticed something. The turtle wasn't in a hurry, and he was enjoying every step. That's when Bramble learned something important. Kindness sometimes means slowing down, and it means waiting and giving others the time they need. Because not everybody moves at the same pace, and that's okay. So today, take a deep breath, slow down, and practice being patient. Because patience is a quiet kind of kindness. Can you try that today? And don't forget to subscribe for more Big Heart Life lessons.
Ho, 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 ladies and gentlemen, Santa Papa John here, and today we are starting something exciting for you and your children, moms and dads. We're doing the Big Heart Life Lesson Series. Today's Big Heart Life lesson is try again. Bramble saw a little sparrow trying to fly up and down again and again. Each time the sparrow fell, Bramble felt and sad watching, but the sparrow didn't give up. He stood back up and tried again and again until finally he soared up into the sky. That's when Bramble learned kindness isn't just helping others, it's believing in yourself too, because trying again takes courage. So when something feels hard, remember, you can try again, because every big success starts with not giving up. Can you try that again today? And don't forget to subscribe. We'll be back tomorrow with another life lesson. Far away from the North Pole, on the opposite side of the world, where an ocean turned to glass and the wind sang across endless white plains, there lived a young penguin named Percival Snow Toe, although everybody called him Percy. Percy lived in a large penguin colony where life followed a steady and predictable rhythm. Each morning the colony woke up before the sun. Penguins stretched their flippers, shook snow from their feathers, and slid across the ice towards the sea. They dove gracefully into the icy water, catching fish with speed and a skill before returning to shore to share stories of the day. Percy loved his home. He loved the glow of the sky at dawn and the way the ice sparkled when the sun finally rose, but Percy often felt like he didn't quite belong. The other penguins were excellent swimmers. They dove deep and fast, cutting through the water like arrows. Percy tried to follow them, but his dives were clumsy. He splashed too hard, missed his fish and popped back up, gasping for breath when the others laughed and swam on. When the penguins practiced sliding races across the ice, Percy tried just as hard. He leaned forward, pushed off, and slid, only to spin sideways and tumble into a snowbank. He always laughed along with everyone else, but inside his heart felt heavy. Percy wasn't lazy, he wasn't careless, he just wasn't very good at the things everyone else seemed born to do. So whenever the colony grew busy, Percy wandered off towards the quiet edges of the ice where the snow lay untouched and the wind whispered softly. There he felt less like he was in the way. One afternoon, while the sky glowed pale blue and the snow drifted lazily from above, Percy scooped up a handful of snow. He packed it carefully between his flippers, rolled it into a smooth brown ball. Curious, he tossed it gently into the air. Plop! He caught it! Percy blinked, surprised. He tossed it again, a little higher this time. Plop! A smile tugged at the corners of his beak. Percy packed a second snowball and tried tossing both of them. Plop, plop! His eyes widened. Then he packed a third. Plop, plop, plop! Percy laughed out loud, the sound echoing across the quiet ice. For the first time in a long time, he felt steady, focused, and happy. From that day on, whenever Percy felt out of place, he practiced juggling snowballs. He practiced early in the morning when the world was quiet. He practiced late at night beneath the glowing sky. He practiced whenever he needed to remind himself that he, wasn't useless, just different. As December crept slowly, excitement buzzed through the colony. Snowstorms grew stronger and the sky shimmered more than often with dancing lights. One evening, the elders called a meeting. Penguins, gather a wide circle as Elder Aurora, the oldest and wisest amongst them, stepped forward. Penguins of the ice, she announced, her voice calm and steady. Christmas is approaching, and this year Santa Claus will pass directly over our seas on his journey around the world. Gasps rippled through the crowd. But Elder Aurora continued, the storms have grown stronger. If Santa cannot see his way clearly, Christmas magic may scatter across the sky. The colony was given an important task. They would prepare shining snow markers across the ice, bright reflections that would guide Santa's sleigh safely through the night. Everyone worked hard. Penguins polished snowbanks until they shone like mirrors. Others stacked ice crystals carefully to catch the moonlight. Even the youngest penguins helped pack snow into glowing shapes. Percy wanted to help more than anything. He tried building snow markers, but his leaned crooked. He tried polishing ice, but his reflections faded too quickly. No matter how hard he worked, his efforts never looked quite right. Some penguins sighed kindly, others patted his shoulder and said, "You'll get it eventually." But Percy wasn't so sure. One night, feeling especially discouraged, Percy wandered further than usual. Snow fell thick and quiet, muffling the world. Above him, the northern lights shimmered in gentle waves of green and blue. Percy practiced juggling through the glowing sky, tossing snowballs higher and higher, letting them catch the light. Crack! The sound froze him in place. The ice beneath Percy shifted suddenly. A large section of the carefully prepared snow markers slid and collapsed, tumbling into the dark sea below. Lanterns vanished, reflections shattered. Percy's heart sank. Penguins rushed towards the sound. "Our markers," one cried. "What happened?" shouted another. Elder Aurora arrived quickly, her expression serious but calm. She studied the broken ice and nodded slowly. "Without these reflections," she said softly, "Santa may lose his way." Percy stepped forward, trembling. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I didn't mean to ruin anything." The colony grew quiet. Elder Aurora looked at Percy carefully. "Intent matters," she said gently, "and now we must find a solution." The wind picked up, snow fell heavier, time was slipping away. Percy looked down at his flippers, at the snowballs resting there. I might be able to help," he said. Bruno, one of the strongest swimmers, frowned. "How?" Percy swallowed hard. "By juggling." Murmurs spread through the crowd. Some penguins looked doubtful, others curious. Elder Aurora nodded slowly. "Show us." Percy climbed to the highest ridge of ice. The wind whipped around him, stinging his feathers. The sky above shimmered faintly. He tossed one snowball, then two, then three, then four. Percy moved carefully at first, then faster, letting the snowballs rise higher into the glowing sky. As they spun, they caught moonlight, starlight, and the aurora light all at once. The sky seemed to respond. The northern lights grew brighter, reflecting off the spinning snowballs. Beams of light danced across the ice, forming glowing paths that stretched far and wide. High above, bells jingled. Santa's sleigh appeared in the distance. "Look," someone cried. Percy's flippers ached. His breath puffed weight into the air, but he didn't stop. He juggled with everything he had, keeping the glowing path steady. Santa's sleigh glided smoothly along the lit trail. As he passed overhead, Santa tipped his hat. "Well done, young penguin, well done," Santa called warmly. As Santa's sleigh disappeared into the glowing sky, the penguin collie stood in stunned silence. Snowflakes drifted gently around them, catching bits of fading light from the aurora. For a long moment, nobody spoke. Then the youngest penguins began cheering. They slid across the ice towards Percy, flippers flapping, eyes wide with excitement. Do it again," one cried. "Make the lights dance again." Percy laughed, still breathless, and gently tossed a single snowball in the air. It glimmered softly before landing back in his flipper. "I think the sky needs to rest now," Percy said with a grin. The older penguins gathered closer. Bruno, who had once doubted Percy the most, stepped forward and cleared his throat. "I was wrong," Bruno said. "All that time we thought you weren't good at anything important. Turns out you were practicing for exactly the moment we needed." Percy's cheek warmed beneath his feathers. "I just like juggling," he said. Elder Aurora nodded thoughtfully. "That is often how true gifts begin," she said. "They start as joy, not as duty." The colony worked together through the rest of the night, rebuilding the fallen snow markers and securing the ice shelf so it would not crack again. This time Percy helped in a new way. He juggled snowballs slowly and carefully, letting them catch the light so others could see where to place each marker. The snowballs became moving guides, floating briefly in the air before gently returning to his flippers. "Left a bit," someone would say. Percy would toss a snowball higher, letting it glow brighter. "Here." "Yes, perfect." For the first time, Percy wasn't trailing behind or apologizing. He was leading. When the work was finished, the penguins gathered in a wide circle, exhausted but smiling. Somebody passed around warm fish stew, and laughter echoed across the ice. Later, as the colony settled in for the night, Percy lay on his back staring up at the sky. The northern lights shimmered faintly, slower now, like they were waving goodnight. Bruno lay nearby. "You know," he said, "we could use your juggling for more than Christmas." Percy tilted his head. "Like what?" "Storm warnings," Bruno said. "Celebrations, teaching the chicks how to focus. Maybe even welcoming Santa every year." Percy smiled. "I'd like that. And from that night on, Percy was never sent away to practice alone. When the young penguins struggled with sliding or swimming, Percy taught them something else first: how to balance, how to focus, how to keep trying even when something felt awkward. Sometimes they juggled snowballs, sometimes they dropped them and laughed, and sometimes when the sky shimmered just right, Percy would juggle beneath the lights. Not to save Christmas, but to remind everyone that joy, once shared, grows brighter every time it passes along. Cheers erupted across the ice when Percy finally stopped. He collapsed in the snow, laughing and exhausted. Penguins rushed to his side, lifting him up and cheering. Elder Aurora smiled. "Percy," she said, "you didn't juggle snowballs. You juggled courage, creativity, and hope." That Christmas, Percy was no longer the penguin who couldn't keep up. He was the penguin who juggled snowballs. And every year after that, when the sky glowed and Christmas drew near, Percy stood proudly beneath the lights, knowing that sometimes the very thing that makes you different is exactly what the world needs. Everyone has something special to offer, even if it looks different from everyone else's talent. When you believe in yourself and use your unique gifts to help others, you can light the way for kindness, joy, and true magic of life. That was the moral of the story, folks. Wasn't that awesome? What a great story, folks. So come back tomorrow and listen to another wonderful tale by Santa Papa John at Storytime by Santa. Ho, ho, ho.
Ho, 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 coming close now, my merry friends. Pull your blankets up nice and snug, settle your hearts, and let the world glow just a little quieter. Because tonight's story is one filled with wonder, hope, and a dream that grew into something very special. Deep in the North Pole village, where the workshop windows glowed golden against the snowy night and the air was always filled with the gentle hum of joy, there lived a toy maker named Elias. Now, Elias was not the fastest toy maker. He was not the loudest, and he's certainly not the one who could juggle 3 paintbrushes while singing and hopping on one foot. That was Jingle, and no one had asked him to stop yet. No, Elias was something different. He was careful, thoughtful, and very, very quiet. Elias loved making toys, not just any toys. He loved making toys that felt, well, special. The kind that made a child's eyes grow wide, the kind that were held just a little tighter, the kind that seemed to whisper, "You matter." Now, the other elves bustled about building trains, dolls, puzzles, and sleds, and cheerful flurries of activity. Elias worked at a small bench near the window. He carved slowly, painted gently, and often paused to think, sometimes for quite a while. "Well," said Jingle one morning, bouncing over with a half-painted drum, "you've been staring at that block of wood for so long, I'm beginning to think you're waiting for it to introduce itself." Elias smiled softly. "I'm trying to imagine what it wants to become." Jingle blinked. "It's wood." He said, "It wants to become a toy." "Yes, Elias, but which toy?" Jingle leaned in close to the block. "Well," he said, whispering, "if you're in there, now would be a good time to speak up." Elias chuckled. But when Jingle hopped away, Elias grew thoughtful again. Because you see, Elias had a dream, a quiet dream, a dream he hadn't told anyone, not even me, Santa. Elias wanted to create a toy unlike any other, a toy that didn't just entertain, but helped a child feel brave, or kind, or hopeful. He wanted to make something that stayed in a child's heart, long after the wrapping paper was gone, but every time He tried. Something felt, not quite right. One day he carved a beautiful wooden bird. It flapped its wings when you pulled a string. It chirped when you pressed a tiny button. It even had a little painted sparkle in its eye. It's lovely, said another elf. Clover? Yes, Elias said gently, quietly, but it doesn't feel finished. Another day he built a small toy boat with a polished sides and a sail that fluttered like it had a mind of its own. It's perfect, said Clover. Elias stood, shook his head. It's missing something. What? Elias paused. I don't know. Days turned into weeks. The workshop grew busier. Snow fell deeper outside. Christmas crept closer, one twinkling moment at a time, and still Elias searched for his dream. One evening, after all the other elves had gone to rest, Elias sat alone at the workbench. The lantern light flickered softly. Snow tapped gently at the window, and Elias rested his head in his hands. I want to make something that matters, he whispered. Just then, there was a soft knock at the workshop door. Tap, tap. Elias blinked. At this hour? He walked to the door and opened it. Standing there, wrapped in a cozy red coat, with a smile as warm as cocoa by the fire, was me, Santa, Santa Papa John. Ho, 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 said me. Gently, still working, are we? Elias straightened out at once. Oh, Santa, I didn't mean to stay so late. Santa waved a kind hand. Some of the best work happens in quiet moments. Elias nodded, though his eyes drifted back to the unfinished toys on his glaze. Santa followed his gaze. You've made some very beautiful things. Elias hesitated. Thank you, but they don't feel like what I hoped. Santa stepped closer. And what is it you hope for? Elias took a deep breath. I want to make a toy that helps children feel something special, something good inside, something lasting. Santa's eyes twinkled. Ah, he said softly, a heart toy. Elias blinked. A heart toy? Yes, said Santa, those are the very special kind. But they are not made the same way as other toys. Elias leaned forward. How are they made? I smiled at him and I said, they are made with more than hands. Elias looked confused. Santa gently picked up the wooden bird from the bench. This is skillful work, he said, careful, thoughtful. He sat it down. But a heart toy, he continued, tapping his chest lightly, must also carry a piece of you. Elias frowned slightly. A piece of me? Santa nodded. Tell me, Elias, when you felt the most brave. Elias thought for a moment. Then he said quietly, when I first came to the North Pole, I was nervous, but I stayed. Santa nodded. And when you felt most kind? Elias smiled a little. When I helped a younger elf fix their toy after they broke it. And thoughtful and hopeful, Elias looked at the window. Right now, even though I'm not there yet, I still believe I can make something special. Santa's smile grew warm. Then you already have something you need. Elias looked down at his hands. Do I? Santa placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. Try again, he said, but this time don't just build a toy. Build a feeling. Then, with a quiet chuckle and a soft swirl of snow at the doorway, I stepped back out into the night. Elias stood there very still. Then slowly he returned to his workbench. He picked up a fresh piece of wood, and instead of asking what it should become, he asked something different. What should this help someone feel? He closed his eyes and thought of courage, kindness, and hope, and then he began. He carved gently, not rushing, not forcing. he shaped a small figure, a little wooden fox. Not big, not flashy, just simple. And with soft curves and kind eyes, he painted it warm, gentle colors. He gave it a tiny scarf, and in its expression he placed something he had never tried before. A quiet strength, a calm kindness, and a little bit of brave. When he finished, he held the fox in his hands. For a long moment he said nothing, then he smiled. "It feels different," he whispered. The next morning, the workshop buzzed as usual. Jingle bounced by. "Well, have you solved the mystery of the silent wood?" Elias held up the fox. Jingle tilted his head. "It's simple." "Yes," said Elias. Jingle leaned closer, then blinked. "Why does it feel it's looking at me?" Elias smiled. Clover walked over. "Oh, that's lovely." She paused, then placed a hand over her heart. "It feels warm." Elias nodded. Later that day, Santa himself came through the workshop, as I always did, checking on the progress of the season. When he reached Elias' bench, he stopped, slowly picked up the little fox and smiled. "Well now," he said softly, "this one carries something special." Elias held his breath. Santa looked at him kindly. "You've made your first heart toy." Elias felt something glow inside him. Not pride exactly, something deeper, peace. On Christmas Eve, as the sleigh was loaded and the toys were packed with care, the little wooden fox was placed amongst them. It was not the biggest gift, not the flashiest, but it was there, ready, waiting, and somewhere far from the North Pole, in a small home where a snow fell gently outside the window, a child would soon unwrap a simple toy, a little fox with kind eyes, a little scarf, and something quiet and powerful tucked inside it. Something that they might not be able to name, but would feel. And maybe, just maybe, the next time that child felt unsure or afraid or small, they would hold that little fox close and remember they were braver than they thought, kinder than they knew, stronger than they felt. And back at the North Pole, Elias stood by the workshop window, watching the sleigh disappear into the starry night. He smiled softly because he knew he had done it, not by building something perfect, but by building something real. Here's the moral of the story. The most meaningful things we create are not the ones that look the most impressive on the outside, but the ones that carry kindness, courage, and care for our own hearts. When we believe in ourselves, put our true feelings into what we do, we create something far more powerful than perfection. We create something that can inspire, comfort, and remind others of the goodness already inside them. Short, sweet, and powerful. Thank you for listening to another amazing story by Santa Papa John. Come back again, please, because this is Story Time by Santa. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here comes another amazing story from Santa Papa John with Storytime by Santa. Come on in, my merry friends. Pull up your blankets, wiggle into your coziest spot you can find, and let your imagination sparkle tonight, because this story is filled with snow, wonder, laughter, and a very special sleigh. This story is called The Polar Bear Cub and the Crystal Sleigh. Far, far to the north, where the snow glittered like sugar under the moonlight and the stars shone so bright they seemed to hum little songs across the sky, there stood the North Pole. Now, most folks think that the North Pole is only about workshops and toy shelves and reindeer polishing their harness bells. And yes, it certainly has those things, but it is also A wide snowy fields, frozen lakes, sparkling ice caves, and quiet hills where the wind dances over the drifts and makes the snow look like silver ribbons. And in one of those snowy places not far from Santa's village lived a young polar bear cub named Pippin. Pippin was small for a polar bear cub, not tiny, mind you, but he was still larger than a wheelbarrow and much fluffier than a snow pillow. But for a polar bear, he was on the smaller side. Pippin had bright black eyes, a curious nose, and paws that were always getting him into adventures before his good sense had fully caught up. He loved sliding down snowy hills. He loved catching snowflakes on his tongue. He loved watching the reindeer practice flying turns over the frozen lake. And more than anything in the whole world, Pippin loved sleighs. Big sleighs, little sleighs, delivery sleighs, practice sleighs, decorated parade sleighs. He loved the runners, he loved the bells, he loved the polished wood and the gliding sound over snow. He especially loved Santa's sleigh, of course, because who wouldn't? But hidden away in the North Pole's oldest workshop was a sleigh even more mysterious than Santa's. It was known as the Crystal Sleigh. Now, my friends, the Crystal Sleigh was not made for Christmas deliveries. Oh no, it was much older than that. It had been built long ago by a team of master elves who knew how to shape snow glass, frost crystal, moon silver, and winter light into something beautiful and strong. Its runners shimmered like frozen moonbeams. Its sides sparkled like a morning ice on a window. And when the northern lights danced in the sky, their colors glowed softly inside the sleigh as if it had swallowed a rainbow and kept it warm. The crystal sleigh was used only for special moments, for ceremonies, for celebrations, for the first snowfall feast. And once every year on the night of the winter welcome, it was brought out for all to admire. Pippin had seen it from a distance once, just once, and never since then he has dreamed about it. One morning, as the pale golden sunlight spilled across the snow, Pippin tumbled down a little hill near the workshop square and landed in a puff of snow right at the feet of Tinsel, one of Santa's oldest and wisest elves. Tinsel wore a long green coat, silver spectacles, and a hat so pointy it seemed to make decisions before the rest of him did. "Good morning, Pippin," said Tinsel. Pippin popped up, snow in his ears and a grin on his face. "Good morning, Mr. Tinsel. You appear to have arrived by rolling." "It's faster," said Pippin. Tinsel looked thoughtfully. "Not always." Pippin giggled. Then his eyes drifted towards the tall doors of the old crystal workshop. "Mr. Tinsel," he said, lowering his voice, "is the crystal sleigh really inside?" Tinsel adjusted his spectacles. "It is." Pippin's nose twitched. "May I see it?" Tinsel smiled kindly. "From the doorway, yes, but only from the doorway." Pippin nodded so hard his ears wiggled. "Oh, yes, sir, only from the doorway." Tinsel opened the grand workshop door just wide enough for them to step inside, and there, resting on a snowy white platform beneath hanging lanterns, stood the crystal sleigh. Pippin gasped. It was even more beautiful than he remembered. It glowed softly in the quiet light. Tiny frost patterns curled across the sides like painted vines. The seat looked cushioned with silver blue velvet. The bells hanging from it were from the rail were clear as ice and chimed with the gentlest sound, as though they were whispering instead of ringing. Pippin whispered and stared. "It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen," he whispered. Tinsel nodded. "She is lovely." "Does she fly?" "Yes, fast, very." "Can anyone ride in it?" "Only when invited." Pippin looked up hopefully. Tinsel chuckled. That was a very large, hopeful face. Pippin blinked. "Did it work?" "Not today," said Tinsel. Pippin gave a little sigh, though not a grumpy one, just a fluffy, disappointed one. Then Tinsel added, "But perhaps one day, if you prove yourself worthy." Pippin straightened at once. "Worthy?" Tinsel nodded. "The crystal sleigh is not impressed by size or speed or showing off." Pippin tilted his head. "What is it impressed by?" Tinsel smiled. "A good heart." Well, now, that gave Pippin something very big to think about. For the rest of the day he wandered the village wondering what exactly a sleigh would consider proof of a good heart. "Maybe it wants someone brave," he said aloud, then stopped. "What if it wants someone neat?" he added. This worried him a little because Pippin was not what anybody would call a tiny cub. Not messy in a terrible way, just naturally snowy. By afternoon he went to ask his best friend, Juniper, a young fox who lived near the lantern sheds. Juniper was quick, clever, and had a tail so fluffy it looked like she'd borrowed part of it from a cloud. Pippin found her balancing on a snowbank trying to catch falling pine needles in a mitten. "Juniper," he called. She missed the pine needles and landed in the snow with a squeak. "That was nearly graceful," she said. Pippin hardly noticed. The crystal sleigh only lets worthy hearts ride in it." Juniper sat up. "That sounds very serious." "It is. What counts as worthy?" Pippin slumped down beside her. "I don't know." Juniper thought for a moment. Then she said, "Probably kindness." Pippin nodded slowly. "I can do kindness." "Yes," said Juniper, "though do try not to do it by accident. That can get confusing." So Pippin set out to be very, very worthy. First, he helped old Miss Peppermint, a round little elf with rosy cheeks, carry 3 baskets of ribbon from the bow house to the wrapping shed. He carried all 3 at once. This would have been very impressive, except he also carried them upside down. By the time he arrived, the ribbons had trailed behind him through the snow like a parade of spaghetti. Mrs. Peppermint looked at the tangled snowy ribbons and said, "Well, your spirit was excellent." Pippin drooped. "I'm sorry." She patted his paw. "Kindness counts even when ribbons suffer." Next, Pippin tried helping the reindeer by stacking polished harness rings near the stable. He stacked them so neatly that he smiled at his own work. Then a tiny sneeze came from his nose. "Ha, ha, ha." Juniper, who had come to check on him, backed away. Pippin, "Ha, ha, ha-choo!" The ring shot in the air, bounced across the stable floor, and one landed on Comet's antler. Comet stared cross-eyed at it. Juniper covered her mouth to keep from laughing. Pippin buried his head in his paws. "I was trying to be worthy." Comet gently shook the ring off and nuzzled Pippin's shoulder. "It's all right, little cub," he said. "You are trying to help. That's what matters." Pippin peeked out. "It does?" "It does," said Comet. "Though perhaps next time sneeze away from the hardware." That evening Pippin sat by the frozen pond looking a little wilted. The stars glittered Overhead, the village lights twinkled in the distance. Somewhere, a chorus of elves were practicing a song for the Winter Welcome Festival. Juniper sat beside him. "You're making a face of someone who has misplaced a pie," she said. "I don't think I'm good at worthy," Pippin sighed. Juniper was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "Maybe being worthy isn't about getting everything right." Pippin looked at her. "Then what is it?" "Maybe it's about caring enough to keep trying." Pippin thought about that, and because he was a thoughtful little cub, even if his thoughts sometimes arrived with snow in their ears, he let that idea settle in his heart. The next morning, all the North Pole buzzed with excitement. It was the day before the winter welcome. The lanterns were being hung, the pathways were swept smooth, the crystal workshop was open for final polishing. Everywhere Pippin looked, elves hurried with garlands, trays of treats, bundles of evergreen, and armfuls of velvet banners. Pippin wanted very badly to help, but this time he decided not to start by carrying 3 things upside down. Instead, he watched, listened, and looked for what truly needed doing. That, my merry friends, is a very wise thing to do sometimes. Near the lantern bridge, he found a tiny snow hare shivering beside a broken sled. One runner had cracked, and the little hare looked close to tears. Pippin approached slowly. "Hello," the hare sniffled. "My name is Myra." "I'm Pippin. What happened?" "I was bringing silver berries for the feast, and my sled hit a bump. Now the runner is broken, and I can't pull it by myself." Pippin looked at the little sled. It was full of delicate silver berries, tiny glowing fruits used to decorate winter cakes and pudding swirls. If they tipped, they'd roll everywhere. Pippin crouched low. "I can help," he said. Myra looked doubtfully. "Really?" Pippin nodded, but this time he did not grab the sled all at once. He remembered the ribbon, the harness rings, the sneeze. He took a deep breath and said, "Let's do this carefully." Together they unloaded the berries into little baskets first. Then Pippin gently lifted the sled while Myra tied the broken runner with sturdy twine. The ribbon still looked wobbly. Pippin said, "Wait here." He hurried to the woodshed, found 2 young elves sanding toy blocks, and asked politely if they had a spare strip of smooth ash wood. They did. He brought it back, and with Myra holding the twine and Pippin steadying the sleigh, they fixed the runner well enough to glide again. Myra's eyes shone. "You saved the berries." Pippin smiled. "We saved the berries." They loaded the baskets back on and pulled together all the way to the feast hall. At the door, Myra turned and hugged one of the Pippin's legs. Now a snow hare hugging a polar bear's leg is one of the sweetest sights in the north. "Thank you," she said. Pippin felt warm all the way to his ears. Later that same day, another little problem appeared. Because the North Pole is magical, yes, but it's full of everyday happenings too. At the edge of the square, young elf twins, Pip and Plum, were trying to string crystal lights between 2 poles. Unfortunately, the latter had sunk crooked into the snow, and the box of lights had tangled into what Plum described as a sparkly noodle disaster. Pippin ambled over. "Need help?" Pippin looked at the tangle and sighed desperately. This time Pippin did not leap in. He did not grab all the strings at once. He did not sneeze. Instead, he sat down beside the box and carefully held each line while the twins untangled them. "You're very patient," said Plum. Pippin blinked. No one ever said that before. Plum grinned. "Maybe it's your new thing." When the lights were finally hung, they glowed in a line of soft blue-white stars from one pole to the other. Pip clapped, "Beautiful!" Pippin looked up at them and smiled. Juniper, who had been watching from a snowdrift, called out, "Now that is worthy work." Pippin's chest puffed a little, not in a bragging way, in a hopeful way. That evening, just as the pink winter sunset faded into deep blue, a small bell rang through the square. Tinsel stood on the steps of the crystal workshop. Elves, friends, and honored guests, he announced, tomorrow the crystal sleigh will lead the winter welcome procession as it has for many years. Everybody clapped. Yay! Pippin clapped too, though his heart gave one tiny hopeful skip. Then Tinsel continued, this year we require one helper to ride beside me and carry the star lantern for the procession. The crowd buzzed. Even Juniper's tail fluffed up. Tinsel lifted a hand. The one chosen must be careful, kind, and steady of heart. Pippin held his breath so long Juniper nudged him. Breathing helps, she whispered. Tinsel looked over and the crowd gathered. Tinsel looked over the gathered crowd, then smiled. Pippin the Polar Bear, he said, would you come forward? Now, John, if a cub can become a snow statue, Pippin nearly did. Juniper had to poke him twice before he moved. Me? Pippin squeaked. You? Said Tinsel. Pippin padded forward, eyes wide. But I thought worthy meant getting everything right. Tinsel bent down and rested a hand on Pippin's shoulders. No, he said gently, worthy means caring enough to help, learning from your mistakes, and choosing kindness even when no one is watching. Pippin swallowed hard. Then he smiled the biggest smile Juniper had ever seen on a bear face. I'll do my very best. I know you will, said Tinsel. The next night, the entire North Pole glowed with celebration. Lanterns lit every path, snowflakes shimmered in the air, and music floated from the feast hall and curled around the rooftops like happy smoke. And there, outside the crystal workshop, stood the crystal sleigh. More beautiful than ever, the northern lights painted green and velvet across its shining sides. The bells chimed softly. The runners glowed like silver ice. Pippin climbed in carefully beside Tinsel, holding the star lantern in both paws. The lantern itself was made of clear crystal with a golden star flame glowing in the center. Remember, Tinsel said softly, steady heart. Pippin nodded, steady heart. The procession began. Slowly, beautifully, the crystal sleigh glided through the village. Children cheered, elves waved, reindeers stamped happily at the edge of the square. Snow sparkled around the runners as if the sleigh were riding light across the ground. Pippin held the lantern carefully. He looked at the smiling faces, at Juniper hopping with excitement, at Mira the snow hare waved both paws, at Pip and Plum pointing at the crystal lights they had hung, and in a moment he understood something wonderful. The crystal sleigh had not chosen him because he was the fastest cub or the grandest helper or the neatest ribbon carrier in the north. It had chosen him because he had learned to care, to notice, to try anything, to help with gentleness. And my friends, those are beautiful things. When the procession reached center square, Tinsel nodded to Pippin. Would you like to ring the crystal bells? Pippin's eyes widened. Oh, yes, please. He reached up and gave the bells the softest tap. They rang out pure and clear over the snowy village. Everyone grew quiet for a moment, listening. The sounds were like starlight made into music. Then cheers rose all around them. Pippin laughed, a deep, happy, rumbly cub laugh. The kind that starts in the heart and comes rolling out warm and joyful. Later, after the feast and the songs and the final swirl of lantern lights, Pippin and Juniper sat together on the snowy hill above the village. The crystal sleigh rested below, still glowing softly in the moonlight. Well, Juniper, you look very official. Pippin grinned. Did I? Extremely. They sat in happy silence for a moment, then Pippin said, I used to think beautiful things were the most important part of the magic. Juniper tilted her head. And now? Pippin looked down at the village, at the friends below, at the stars above. Now I think the most important is what beautiful things help us remember. Juniper smiled. That sounded wise. Pippin nodded seriously. I got it from being worthy. Juniper burst out laughing and rolled backwards into the snow. Pippin laughed too, and from then on everyone around admired the crystal sleigh and wondered who was once ridden in it with the star lantern. The story was told of a small polar bear cub named Pippin. The cub who had sneezed harness rings onto a reindeer, a cub who had learned that a good heart is not measured by perfection, but by kindness, patience, and trying again. And every year after that, when the winter welcome came around, Pippin would stand near the crystal workshop and smile at the younger cubs and foxes and rabbits staring up in wonder. And if one would ask, how do you become worthy enough for the crystal sleigh? Pippin would bend down and say very gently, start with helping with a good heart and keep going. Wow! Being worthy doesn't not mean being perfect, getting everything right the first time, or never making mistakes. True worth comes from having a kind heart, learning from what goes wrong, helping others with care, and choosing to keep everything when things feel hard or clumsy. When we are patient, thoughtful, and brave enough to grow, we discover the most beautiful magic in the world is the goodness we carry inside us. Amazing. Truly amazing. Folks, another amazing story from Santa Papa John for Storytime by Santa. Come back tomorrow and enjoy another wonderful story. Ho, ho, ho! Santa loves you.
Ho, 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 ladies and gentlemen, Santa Papa John here, and today we are starting something exciting for you and your children, moms and dads. We're doing the Big Heart Life Lesson Series. Today's Big Heart Life Lesson is Share the Spotlight. Bramble met a monkey who loved attention. He talked loudly, jumped high, and wanted everybody to watch him, but others started to feel left out. That's when Bramble gently said, let's let everyone have a turn. And something amazing happened. Everybody smiled because kindness means letting others shine too. You don't always have to be first or the loudest. Sometimes being kind means stepping back and letting someone else have their moment. Can you share the spotlight today? Come back tomorrow for more life lessons from Santa Papa John. Ho, 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 ladies and gentlemen, Santa Papa John here, and today we are starting something exciting for you and your children, moms and dads. We're doing the Big Heart Life Lesson Series. Today's Big Heart Life Lesson is be honest. Bramble came across a broken bridge. No one knew what happened. One little animal looked nervous and quiet. Finally, they spoke up. I broke it. I'm sorry. And something surprisingly happened. No one got upset. Instead, they helped fix it together because honesty builds trust even when it's hard. Telling the truth is always the right thing to do. Can you be honest today? Come back tomorrow for another life lesson story.
Ho, 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 ladies and gentlemen, Santa Papa John here, and today we are starting something exciting for you and your children, moms and dads. We're doing the Big Heart Life Lesson series. Today's Big Heart Life Lesson is stay calm. Bramble saw a beaver getting very upset. The water splashed, sticks flew, and everything felt chaotic, but Bramble sat quietly, taking in a deep breath, and waited. Slowly, the beaver calmed down, and that's when Bramble learned when we stay calm, we can think clearly and make better choices. So next time you feel upset, pause, breathe, stay calm, because calmness is kindness in action. Come on back tomorrow for another amazing story by Santa Papa John.
Ho, ho, ho! Come in close, my wonderful friends, because you're about to experience another wonderful story from Santa with Story Time by Santa. Pull the blanket up to your chin, make sure your cocoa is within easy sipping distance, maybe some lemonade, and settle in. Tonight's story is sweet, very sweet, not just because it takes place in the North Pole. Oh, we're going to go venturing. Not just because it includes candy canes, who likes candy canes, but because it's about the kind of sweetness that lives in courage, kindness, and helping others who sometimes important things go wrong. This is the story of the elf and the candy cane factory. Far, far up in the North Pole, where the snow sparkles like sugar crystals and the stars twinkle so brightly, they look as if they're winking. There are many busy buildings. There is a toy workshop where toy trains, whistles, and teddy bears wait patiently for hugs. There is a wrapping workshop where ribbons curl through the air like colorful little dancers. There is the rainbow or reindeer barn, where hooves clatter, bells jingle, and somebody is always sneaking an extra carrot. But one building stands out from all the rest. It is painted with swirls of red and white. It has shiny peppermint striped chimneys, and every breeze that passes by carries a smell so delicious that even the snow seems happy. That building is the candy cane factory. Now, if you had walked into the candy cane factory on a busy December morning, you would have seen something magnificent. Gigantic copper kettles bubbled with peppermint syrup. Silver machines swirled and clicked and spun. Long ropes of warm candy stretched, twisted, and curled into beautiful striped canes. The air smelled like peppermint sugar, winter magic, and fresh laughter. The working in the wonderful factory was a young elf named Pepkin Peppermint. Say that one quick 3 times. Pepkin was small even for an elf. His hat was always a little crooked. His cheeks were always rosy, and his curly shoes squeaked whenever he walked. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Some elves tried to tiptoe quietly through the factory. Pipkin could not. Even when he tried to be sneaky, his shoes announced him like a tiny trumpet player. Here comes Pepkin. The other elves would laugh. Pipkin didn't mind because Pipkin loved the candy cane factory more than almost any other thing in the world. He loved the bright stripes. He loved the peppermint smell. He loved watching faces light up when the first batch of the day rolled out shiny and perfect. And most of all, Pipkin loved knowing that somewhere, far away, a child might smile because something sweet was made in the factory. Each morning he bounced out of bed before sunrise, brushed the sugar crystals from his jacket, straightened his crooked hat, and hurried through the snow. Squeak, squeak, squeak. One especially busy morning, Pipkin pushed open the factory doors and called, "Good morning, everyone." "Good morning, Pipkin," came a dozen cheerful replies. Standing near the largest kettle in the building was the head candy maker, an older elf named Taffy Twinklebeard. Say that one 3 times quick. Now, Taffy had been making candy canes for over 200 Christmases. His beard sparkled with tiny sugar flecks, and his round spectacles were always foggy from the peppermint steam. He knew everything there was to know about candy, or at least almost everything. "Well, good morning there, Pipkin," Tuffy said, "ready for a busy day?" "Yes, sir," Pipkin said, standing tall, and this was no ordinary day because Pipkin had been given an opportunity of important responsibility. He was in charge of the Great Peppermint Mixer. Now, the Great Peppermint Mixer was one of those most important machines in the whole North Pole. It stirred together the warm peppermint syrup with the magic that made every candy cane taste like Christmas itself. Without the mixer, there would be no peppermint swirl, no sweet stripes, no candy canes, and that, my dear listeners, would have been a very sticky problem indeed. Pipkin climbed onto his tall stool beside the mixer and gave the great silver handle a proud turn. Whirr made the sound. The syrup began to swirl. Steam puffed up. The whole room filled with a bright, cool peppermint smell. Pipkin grinned. "That smells like Christmas dancing." From the next station over, an elf with sparkly suspenders popped her head up. This was Sprinkle Sparkle Pants, who was in charge of candy decorations and believed that nearly everything could be improved with a little more shimmer. "Christmas is dancing," she giggled. "What does that smell like?" Pipkin thought for a moment. Like peppermint, cookies, snowflakes, and somebody laughing so hard they nearly spilled their cocoa. Sprinkle nodded. That sounds exactly right." All around them, the factory hummed happily. Warm ropes of candy stretched and folded. Elves measured stripes. Others checked curls. One elf in the corner was counting candy canes so seriously you would have thought he was solving a mystery. Everything was going perfectly until it wasn't. First came a small sound. Rup! Pipkin blinked. Then came another. Clink! Splop! Pipkin tilted his head. That, he said carefully, does not sound very pepperminty. The Great Peppermint Mixer gave one last unhappy shudder and stopped. Oh no! At once the kettle slowed, the twisting machines quieted, the whole factory went still. No whirring, no bubbling, no cheerful clinks, just silence. Every elf froze. Taffy Twinklebeard turned slowly and went, "Oh dear." Sprinkle gasped, "The mixer." Pipkin's ears drooped. "I'm sorry." Taffy walked over calmly, because that is what experienced candy makers do. They remain calm even when their peppermint hearts are doing somersaults. Now, Taffy said gently, no need for panic. Machines sometimes stop. What matters is what we do next. But if the mixer is broken, said a nervous elf from the wrapping station, then we can't make the candy canes for tonight's sleigh loading. And if we can't make those, added another, then the shipping baskets will be behind. And if the shipping baskets are behind, cried Sprinkle dramatically, then Christmas could be one peppermint cane short. At that, every elf gasped. Pipkin swallowed hard. Taffy opened the side panel of the mixer. Inside were turning gears, polished pipes, tiny valves, and the peppermint crystals. He peered in. Sprinkle peered over one shoulder. Pipkin peered over the other. 3 more elves tried to peer too, and for a moment it looked as if the whole factory might topple onto one very sparkly pile. Give the machine a little breathing room, Taffy said. Pipkin stepped back and squinted. Then he saw it. There, he said, by the 3rd gear. Taffy adjusted his spectacles, and sure enough, stuck tightly between 2 gears, was a peppermint crystal, wedged just long enough to stop the whole machine. Well, I'll be a sugared snowflakes, Taffy said. Good eye, Pipkin. He tried to tug it loose with a tiny wrench. No luck. Another elf tried with the candy tongs. Still no luck. Sprinkle tried talking sweetly to it. Please move. You peppermint pickle. The crystal did not care. Pipkin thought hard, then harder, and he looked at the shelf nearby and suddenly pointed. Peppermint oil. Taffy raised an eyebrow. Go on. If we use just one tiny drop, Pipkin said, the gear might loosen and the crystal could slide free. Taffy considered, then his eyes twinkled. That, he said, is an excellent idea. Pipkin carefully uncorked the peppermint oil and let a single drop fall into the stubborn little gap. Everyone leaned in. The crystal wiggled, then wiggled again, then pop! It shot free and bounced harmlessly onto Taffy's beard, where it hung like an accidental ornament. The factory erupted in cheers. Sprinkle laughed so hard that she had to hold onto the table. Taffy, your beard is festive. Taffy plucked the crystal off with dignity. Let us never speak of this again. Pipkin turned the great handle. The mixer roared back to life. The kettles bubbled, the twisting machine spun, the candy ropes stretched, and the whole factory burst into applause. But then something even more surprisingly happened. The next batch of candy canes rolled out of the machine, brighter and glossier than any batch before. Their peppermint scent seemed richer somehow, fresher, more sparkling. Sprinkle picked one up and took a careful nibble. Her eyes widened. These are incredible. Taffy tasted one too. Then he tasted another, just to be certain. My goodness, he said, the peppermint oil didn't just fix the machine, it improved the flavor. Pipkin blinked. It did? It absolutely did, Taffy said. These may be the finest candy canes we've made in 50 Christmases. Just then the giant workshop doors swung open and in came a gust of snowy air and a very familiar laugh. Ho, ho, ho! I stepped inside, brushing snowflakes from my red coat. Well, now, What is all this excitement? I could hear cheering halfway to the sleigh barn. Taffy smiled. Pumpkin saved the factory. My eyes twinkled warmly. Did he now? Pumpkin shuffled slightly. Squeak, squeak. I just saw the problem, he said, and tried to help. Santa took one of the shiny new candy canes and gave it a taste. His eyebrows rose. Then I smiled, the big happy Santa smile that I could do. Well done, Peppermint, he said. This one is one fine candy cane. Pipkin's whole face lit up, but then Santa looked at the long rows of freshly made candy canes and said, "You know, this calls for a celebration." And once Santa said something calls for a celebration, my dear friends, that is exactly what happens. By evening, the candy cane factory had transformed. Peppermint garlands hung from the rafters. Sugar lanterns glowed softly. Mrs. Claus arrived carrying trays of cookies, of course. A small North Pole band set up near the doorway with fiddles, bells, and one accordion that was trying very hard to feel important. The reindeer came to peek through the open doors. Even a few snowmen waddled over from the village square. Pipkin stood proudly beside the first big basket of candy canes. I raised one very high. "To Pipkin Peppermint," he said, "the elf who kept Christmas sweet." Cheers filled the factory, but the celebration wasn't just about candy. It was about teamwork. It was about paying attention. It was about courage. Taffy clinked a mug of cocoa gently against Pumpkin's. "A good candy maker uses his hands," he said. "A great one uses his eyes, his ears, and his heart." Sprinkle added, "and maybe peppermint oil." Everybody laughed. Then I had a wonderful idea. Let's share these first candy canes with everybody, every workshop tonight, he said. Toy builders, wrappers, sleigh polishers, stable helpers, everyone. So off went the baskets, one to the toy workshop, one to the wrapping hall, one to the reindeer barn, and one even to the snow shoveling crew, who were so surprised they nearly dropped their shovels into a drift. The whole North Pole buzzed with good cheer. Late that night, after the music and dancing and cocoa and candy canes, Pipkin stepped outside for a breath of crisp air. The sky was full of stars. The snow beneath his shoes sparkled. Taffy stepped outside with him. "You did very well today," the old candy maker said. Pipkin smiled. "I was scared for a minute." Taffy nodded. "Brave people often are. The trick is doing the helpful thing anyway." Pipkin looked up at the stars. "Do you think kids will notice that this year's candy canes taste a little better?" Taffy chuckled. "Oh, I think they'll notice," Pipkin grinned. And from that day on, he was known throughout the North Pole as the elf who saved the candy cane factory. Every Christmas after that, whenever children hung candy canes on their trees, stirred peppermint into warm cocoa, or smiled at these bright red and white stripes, everywhere in the North Pole, Pipkin Peppermint smiled too. His shoes still squeaked, his hat still sat a little crooked, and the candy cane factory still smelled like peppermint cookies, snowflakes, and laughter. Ho, 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 ho! The moral of the story is even the smallest person can make a big difference when they choose a little to help others. Pipkin did not panic when something important went wrong. He stayed calm, paid attention, and trusted that his idea might help. When we use courage, kindness, and teamwork to solve problems, we often discover that our efforts do more than fix what is broken. They can make things even better than before. Ho, 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 ladies and gentlemen. That is was an incredible story. I hope you enjoyed it. Because come back next time and I'll read some more. Ho, ho, ho. Santa loves you. Ho, ho, ho. Come in close, my merry friends. Pull your blankets up, wiggle into your coziest spot, and let your heart settle in, because tonight's story is about a quiet little koala with a very important voice. Far away in sun-warmed eucalyptus forest, where the leaves smelled fresh and minty and the branches swayed gently in the breeze, there lived a young koala named Kobe. Kobe was soft, gray, round-eared, and wonderfully gentle. He had a little black nose shaped like a gumdrop and eyes that looked as if they were always thinking kind thoughts. Kobe loved many things. He loved climbing slowly to the best branches. He loved nibbling eucalyptus leaves while watching clouds drift by. He loved listening to birds sing in the morning. He loved stories. Oh, did Kobe love stories. Every evening the animals of Willow Gum Grove gathered beneath the oldest eucalyptus tree, a tall, wide-branched beauty called Grandmother Gum. There, while the sky turned orange and pink, the animals shared stories from their day. Millie the magpie told dramatic tales about shiny things she had found. Baxter the wombat told stories that always somehow involved snacks. Ruby the kangaroo told adventures from the meadow. And Kobe, well, Kobe listened. He was very good at listening. He listened with his ears, he listened with his eyes, he listened with his heart, but he almost never spoke. Not because he had nothing to say. Oh no, my friends. Kobe had plenty to say. His thoughts were full of ideas, questions, stories, and a little joke that made him smile to himself. But when it came time to speak out loud, his voice would hide. It would tuck itself behind his ribs, pull a blanket over his head, and whisper, "Not today." One evening, Millie the magpie flopped onto a branch and said, "I found a spoon shining in the grass. It was magnificent. I looked at myself in it and saw a very important bird." "You always see a very important bird," said Baxter. "That is because I am consistent," said Millie. Everybody laughed. Kobe laughed too, softly. Then Ruby the kangaroo hopped forward and, "I saw a rainbow over the creek," she said. It looked like the sky was smiling. Kobe's heart warmed. He wanted to say, maybe rainbows are bridges for dreams. That was a lovely thought, the very Kobe kind of thought. And when he opened up his mouth, nothing came out. His ears grew warm, his paws squeezed the branch, and the moment paused. Later that night, Kobe's grandmother, Nana Cora, climbed beside him. Nana Cora had silver fur around her eyes, round her ears, kind eyes, and the calm way of someone who had seen many seasons and knew most worries eventually got tired and sat down. "You had something to say tonight," she said gently. Kobe looked at his paws. "How did you know?" "Your eyes leaned forward." "No, your ears leaned forward." "My ears tell on me?" "They do," Nana Cora said. "Very chatty things, ears." Kobe smiled a little. "I wanted to say something about the rainbow." "What stopped you?" Kobe shrugged. "My voice feels small." Nana Cora nodded. "Small voices still matter." Kobe sighed. "But what happens if everybody looks at me?" "They might." "What if I say it wrong?" "You might." "What if they laugh?" Nana Cora smiled softly. Then perhaps you will learn that laughter is not always unkind. Colby leaned against her. I wish speaking was easy as thinking. Nana Cora patted his paw. It can become easier, but a voice grows stronger when it's used. Colby thought about that as the stars blinked away in the trees. The next morning, Willow Gum Grove buzzed with excitement. The special event was coming, the Giant Grove Gathering. Once every season, animals from nearby forest patches came together for games, food, songs, stories, and the famous Leaf Lantern Parade. It was one of the happiest days in the forest. This year, the young animals were asked to help plan it. Ruby bounced up and down. We need races. Baxter nodded. And snacks. You say that every meeting, Millie said. And every meeting needs snacks, Baxter replied. The young animals gathered beneath Grandmother Gum. Ruby took charge right away. I'll plan the hopping games. Millie fluffed her feathers. I'll decorate the welcome arch with shiny things. Baxter raised a paw. I'll test the food. You mean eat it, Ruby said. Testing is important, said Baxter. Everybody started talking at once. Ideas flew through the air like leaves in a windy dance. Colby sat quietly on a low branch, listening at first. The ideas sounded fun. Then they began to grow and grow and grow. Ruby wanted a hopping race that went from the meadow to the creek and back. Millie wanted reflective decorations everywhere. Baxter wanted a snack table so big it might need its own map. Then someone suggested holding the Leaf Lantern Parade near the old creek path. Colby's ears perked up. The old creek path. He knew that path. It was narrow. Some roots stuck up, and after the rain, the stones became slippery. It wasn't dangerous if animals walked slowly in daylight, but for a parade at dusk, with little ones carrying lanterns, Colby's stomach tightened. He wanted to say, maybe we should use the meadow path instead. He opened his mouth. Ruby said, the creek path will look beautiful. Millie said, the lanterns will sparkle in the water. Baxter said, will the snack table be near the creek? Colby tried again, but everybody kept talking. His voice shrank smaller. The meeting ended with cheering. The creek path it is, Ruby declared. Colby climbed down slowly. Nana Cora was waiting nearby. Your ears leaned forward again, she said. Colby sighed. I think the creek path might be hard for the little ones. Did you tell them? I tried. Did you speak loudly enough for them to hear? Colby looked at his paws. No. Nana Cora nodded kindly. That is different from trying all the way. Colby frowned a little. I don't want to interrupt. Speaking up kindly is not the same as interrupting, Nana Cora said. Sometimes it's carrying out loud. Colby repeated that softly, carrying out loud. That afternoon, Colby practiced, not in front of everyone. Oh no, that felt like, too much. He started with a beetle on a leaf. I think the meadow path may be safer, he whispered. The beetle continued walking. Colby decided beetles are not encouraging audiences. Next, he practiced with a sleepy lizard. I have a suggestion, Colby said. The lizard yawned and blinked one eye. Better. Colby practiced with Nana Cora. He stood on a small rock and said, Excuse me, friends. I think the meadow path might be safer for the little ones. Nana Cora clapped softly. Very good, Kobe swallowed. It sounded shaky. Shaky is still spoken, she said. The next morning, the young animals met again to make signs. Kobe sat with a paintbrush, carefully lettering a sign that said, Leaf Lantern Parade this way. His brushwork was neat because quiet koalas often became very good at careful things. Ruby hopped over. That looks great, Kobe. Kobe smiled, thanks. Millie landed nearby with a string of shiny bottle caps. These will make the arch stunning. They might be too bright, Kobe said softly. Millie didn't hear him. What was that? Kobe froze. He could say nothing. That was easy. He had said nothing many times, but he remembered Nana Cora's words carried out loud. He took a breath. I said they might be too bright near the lanterns. The little ones might look up and trip. Millie blinked. Then she looked at one of the bottle caps. Oh! Kobe's heart thumped. He had upset her. But Millie tilted her head. That's actually a very sensible thing to say. It is? Yes. I can put them higher above the path, not beside it. Kobe blinked. Oh, good. Millie smiled. Thank you, Kobe. Thank you. Those two words landed warmly in Kobe's chest. He had spoken, and the sky had not fallen, not even a twig. Later, Baxter asked if the snack table should have 4 kinds of berry cakes or 5. Kobe softly said maybe 4 and some plain leaves too for the babies. Baxter stared. Plain leaves? At a festival? Some babies like simple food. Baxter thought this over very seriously. Well, he said, we must respect tiny stomachs. So plain leaves were added. Kobe's voice felt a little less hidden, but the creek path still worried him. That evening he climbed onto the branch where he could see the path below. It had rained earlier, the stones glistened, and a young wallaby hopped along the edge, slipped a little, and caught herself. Kobe sat up straight. That was enough. He knew what he needed to do. The next morning, the whole planning group gathered for final decisions. Ruby stood proudly beside the parade map. Well, we'll begin at the Welcome Arch, follow the creek path, past the big fern bend, and at the end of the story circle. Everybody nodded. Kobe's heart pounded. His paws felt damp. His ears felt enormous. He could hear his own thoughts saying, not ready, too many eyes, maybe someone else will say it, but nobody else did. Nana Cora stood nearby, not pushing, not speaking for him, just watching with kind eyes. Kobe took one breath, then another. He raised his paw. It was not high enough. More of the medium raise. But Ruby saw it. Yes, Kobe? Every face turned. Kobe's voice tried to run away. He almost let it. Then he remembered the little ones, the lanterns, the slippery stones, and he spoke. I think we should change the parade route. The clearing went quiet. Ruby blinked. Change it? But the creek path is beautiful. It is, Kobe said, his voice trembling. But after rain, it gets slippery. Some little ones may have trouble carrying lanterns there. The meadow path is wider, softer, and still pretty. We could place water bowls with floating flowers nearby so the lanterns still reflect. No one spoke for a moment. Kobe's stomach flipped. Then Millie said, That's a good idea. Baxter nodded. And the snack table will be easier to reach from the meadow. Ruby looked at the map. At first her face seemed disappointed. Kobe worried that he had hurt her feelings. But then Ruby smiled. You're right, she said. I want it to look beautiful, but safe matters more. The meadow path it is. Colby let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Nana Cora's ears twitched with pride. Millie fluttered over. Colby, you just saved me from hanging shiny decorations in mud. Baxter nodded gravely. And saved snacks from possible creek dampness. That too, Colby said, smiling. The day of the Great Grove gathering arrived bright and clear. Animals came from all around. There were wallabies, possums, kookaburras, lizards, wombats, sugar gliders, parrots, and more koalas than anybody could politely count. The welcome arch shimmered, but not too low. The snack table had berry cakes, seed biscuits, plain leaves, and one mysterious pudding Baxter called experimental. Does it taste good? Asked Ruby. Baxter looked thoughtfully. It tastes brave. No one asked further questions. The games were joyful. Ruby led the hopping races. Millie hosted a shiny object guessing game, although she guessed all the answers herself because she had brought the shiny objects. Colby helped younger ones make leaf lanterns with soft glowing firefly safety lights tucked inside, and a tiny possum named Pippa held up her lantern. Mine is crooked. Colby looked at it. It has personality. Pippa smiled. Like Baxter's pudding? Less mysterious, Colby said. As evening arrived, the leaf lantern parade began. The meadow path glowed beautifully. The lanterns bobbed gently in the dusk. Floating flower bowls reflected the lights like tiny pods of stars. Little ones walked safely beside parents and grandparents, the air filled with soft singing. Ruby leaned over it. Colby, you were right. This is beautiful. Colby smiled. Smiled? Your idea helped too. Our idea, Ruby said. That made Colby's chest warm. At the story circle, Grandmother Gum's branches swayed overhead. The animals settled in. Nana Cora took the first story. There's an elder wombat. Then an elder wombat told a funny tale about losing his hat and finding it being used as a nest. Everybody laughed. Then Ruby hopped forward. I think Colby should tell us how we chose the meadow path. Colby froze. Oh no, he whispered. Millie nodded. Yes, he spoke up. Baxter added and defended the snack table from creek tragedy. Everybody looked at Colby. At first, thought was familiar. I'm not ready. Then he saw Pippa the possum holding her crooked lantern. Then he saw Ruby smiling. He saw Millie's shining decorations glittering above the arch. He saw Nana Cora. And he realized his voice didn't have to be loud to matter. It only had to be honest. So Colby climbed onto a low root. I was scared to say something, he began. The clearing grew quiet. He told them how he worried about the creek path, how he had practiced with a beetle and a lizard, and how the beetle had been a very poor listener. That got a laugh. Even Colby laughed. He told them how Nana Cora had said speaking up could be caring out loud. Then he looked around and said, I learned that a quiet voice can still help, especially when it speaks for kindness. For a moment, everything was still. The animals clapped, stomped, chirped, and cheered. Pippa waved her crooked lantern. Colby helped us. Colby's ears turned warm, but this time he didn't hide. He smiled, a real proud, gentle smile. That night as the stars appeared above Willow Gum Grove, Colby sat beside Nana Cora. You spoke beautifully, she said. My voice shook. Yes, she said, and it still worked. Kobe leaned against her. I think I understand now. What do you understand? Speaking up doesn't mean being the loudest. Nana Cora smiled. Nope, it means saying what matters. Yes, and sometimes it helps others feel brave too. Nana Cora wrapped an arm around him. That's the best kind of voice. From that day on, Kobe was still quiet. He still listened more than he talked. He still thought about speaking, and he still sometimes practiced important words on beetles, though he never expected much from them. But when something mattered, Kobe spoke, sometimes softly, sometimes shakily, sometimes with ears so warm they could have toasted a biscuit. But he spoke, and the animals learned to listen, because they knew when Kobe used his voice, it came from a thoughtful heart. Years later, when younger koalas worried that their voices were too small, Kobe would sit with them beneath grandmother gum and say, a quiet voice is not an empty voice. It may be full of care. Then he would smile and add, but perhaps practice on something better than a beetle. And everybody would laugh, because laughter, like courage, helps the heart open just a little wider. And that, my merry friends, is how a quiet little koala learned that speaking up wasn't about making noise. It was about sharing kindness, truth, and the courage that they were needed most. Here's the moral of the story. Speaking up does not mean being loud, perfect, or unafraid. It means having the courage to share what matters with kindness, honesty, and care. A quiet voice can still protect others, solve problems, and bring people together when it comes from a thoughtful heart. When we believe our words have value and use them to help, we discover that our voices are stronger than we ever imagined. What an awesome story, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed that. And remember, like and follow on my YouTube channel and share these stories with your friends. I wish they were here listening just like you are. So I hope you're having an awesome day, and come back for another wonderful story by Santa Papa John at Storytime by Santa. Ho, 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 come in close, my wonderful friends. Pull your blankets up, wiggle your toes, and make a little room for one more story by the fire. Tonight's tale is about courage. Not the roaring kind, not the look at me kind, not the quiet kind. This kind starts as a tiny flutter in your chest and grows into something strong enough to carry you farther than you've ever thought possible. This is the story of the kangaroo who took his first leap. I'm sitting on the beach. Yes, enjoying the wonderful sunshine. So here we go, far away underneath the great wide sky. Painted gold in the morning and pink in the evening, there stretched a beautiful valley called Sun Hop Plain. The grass rippled in the breeze like soft green waves. Gum trees leaned this way and that, as if whispering to one another. Bright birds zipped overhead, singing like they had a very important gossip to share. And in the valley lived a young kangaroo named Kip. Kip had soft brown fur, bright eyes, a twitchy little nose, and a kind of ears that stood straight up wherever he got nervous, which was quite often. Now Kip was kind, Kip was thoughtful, Kip was funny in a quiet sort of way. But there was one thing Kip had not yet managed to do. He had never taken a real leap. Oh, he bounced a little, tiny bounces, practice bounces. I meant to do that bounces, but the great springing kangaroo leap, the one all the young kangaroos in Sun Hop Plain seemed to do as naturally as blinking. Nope, not Kip. He hadn't done that yet. Every morning he watched the others boing, boing, boing across the valley, boinging over rocks, boinging through tall grass, boinging up little hills and down the other side with delighted laughter. And every morning Kip thought the same thing. Today might be the day. And right after that, he thought, or tomorrow would be safer. Kip lived with his mother near the edge of the plain, under the shade of a wide old gum tree. His mother was wise, calm, and very patient. She had a voice that made everything sound possible, even things that felt terribly hard. One bright morning, she found Kip peeking out from the shade, watching the other kangaroos practice jumping. "You're thinking again," she said gently. Kip sighed. "I do that a lot." "Yes," said his mother, "you do." Kip looked at the others. "What if I try and I fail?" His mother sat beside him. "Then you get up. Not a big deal." "What if I don't go very far?" "Then you still go further than before." "What if everyone sees?" His mother smiled. "Then everybody sees someone being brave." Kip looked down at his feet. They seemed very ordinary feet to him. Not heroic feet, not adventurous feet, just feet, feet. His mother gave him a little nudge. Every kangaroo takes their first leap in their own time. Kip nodded, but inside he felt like a knot tied in the middle. Later that morning, his best friend Leela came bouncing over. Now Leela could leap. Oh, could she leap. Leela bounced like joy had springs in it. She loved trying new things. She loved racing shadows. She once challenged a gust of wind to a hopping contest and claimed victory because the wind had poor direction. "Kip," she called, "we're going to Whisper Hill." Kip blinked. "The big hill?" "The very one." Kip looked towards the distance where Whisper Hill rose gently against the sky. From here it looked peaceful. From close up it looked tall. "What are you going to be doing there?" he asked. Lily grinned. "Big leap practice." Kip swallowed. "I think I'll stay here and do medium thinking." "It could be." Leela laughed. "That's not a sport." "It could be," Kip said. "I'll be excellent." Lily dropped beside him in the grass. "Kip, you don't have to start to jump the furthest. You just have to start." Kip twitched one ear. "You make it sound easy." "It isn't easy," Lily said kindly. "It's just worth it." That stayed with Kip all day. That afternoon, while he sat near the creek watching dragonflies skim the water, someone spoke to him. "You have the face of someone trying to think his way around a feeling." Kip turned. It was Wobble, an old wombat with sturdy paws, a serious expression, and a remarkable ability to sound grumpy even when saying something nice. "I'm not trying to think my way around it," Kip said. "I'm just trying to think my way through it." Wobble nodded. "Better." Kip sighed. "Everyone else can leap. I can barely manage a hopful bounce." Wobble sat down with a little grunt. "Do you know the first time I tried to climb over a log?" "You climb logs?" "I did. Once. Very dramatically." "What happened?" "I rolled backwards into a bush." Kip's eyes widened. "Really?" Wobble looked offended. "Do I seem like someone who would make up a bush?" Kip couldn't help laughing. Wobble twitched his whiskers. "Then I tried again, rolled again, tried again. Eventually I got over the log." "So you just kept trying?" "No," said Wobble. "First I complained, Then I kept trying. Kip laughed even harder. Wobble looked at him sideways. The point, young hopper, is that nobody starts by being good. They start by beginning. Then he waddled off muttering, and logs are arrogant. That night Kip lay awake under the stars, listening to the soft night sounds of the plain. He thought about his mother, he thought about Lily, and he thought about Wobble versus the log. And in the quiet of the dark, he made a little promise to himself. Tomorrow I will try. The next morning dawned warm and clear. The sky glowed pale gold. Birds sang, grasshoppers clicked. Lily arrived earlier than usual, already practically bouncing with excitement. "Well?" she asked. Kip took a deep breath. "I'm coming." Lily froze for half a second. Then she cheered so loudly a flock of birds lifted out of a nearby tree. "You're coming? You're really coming?" "Yes," said Kip, before he could change his mind. "But if I wobble, I'd like everybody to be polite about it." "I can promise kindness," said Lily. "I cannot promise silence." So off they went towards Whisper Hill. The path wound through waving grass, over flat warm stones, and past a cluster of low bushes where two wallabies were arguing about whether clouds looked more like pies or sheep. "Definitely pies," said one. "Sheep with confidence," said the other. Kip smiled a little, then helped. As they walked, Lily did not push him. She didn't say, "You must do this," or "Don't be scared." She just stayed beside him, cluttering about ordinary things. The kookaburra near the water hole stole my breakfast berry. That bird has no respect. And yesterday I landed in a patch of flowers on purpose. No, but I apologized to all of them. By the time they reached Whisper Hill, Kip's heart was still beating fast, but not in the same frightening way. Now it felt like he was carrying a drum inside him, one that was saying, "Maybe, maybe, maybe." At the top of the hill, several other young kangaroos were practicing. They turned when Kip and Lily arrived. "Hey, Kip, glad you came. No pressure." "The last part was pressure," muttered Kip. Lily snorted. One of the older Joeys, Marlowe, stepped over. Marlowe was not only a strong jumper, he was known for being encouraging without sounding mushy, which was very useful talent. "Good to see you here," Marlowe said. "You don't have to leap far today, just true." "Blinked? What does that mean?" "It means don't leap like someone else. Leap like you." Now, that was an odd thing to say, but somehow it made sense. The young kangaroo took turns practicing. Some went high, some went long. One got distracted halfway through a leap by a butterfly and landed in a shrub. "Worth it," he called from inside the leaves. Kip watched carefully. He noticed something important. Not everybody leaped perfectly. Some landed crooked, some stumbled, some laughed to themselves and tried again. One missed a mark painted in the dirt by so much he shouted, "I was exploring new possibilities." No one teased him, no one groaned, and no one rolled their eyes. They just gave him room, then cheered, then he tried again. Kip's shoulders loosened a little. Lily nudged him. "See?" Kip nodded slowly. "Everybody looks normal." "That's because they are. But I thought they all felt sure." Lily grinned. "Oh no, half the time I'm guessing and hopping." "You? Absolutely. You always look fearless." Lily lowered her voice. "That's because I bounce before my worries catch me." Kip laughed. At least it was his turn. At last it was his turn. The hill suddenly seemed much bigger. The ground seemed farther away. His feet felt too small. His tail, well, it was awkward. His ears too earish. Marlowe stepped beside him. Look at the place you want to land, not the place you're afraid of. Kip swallowed and nodded. His mother's words floated back to him. Every kangaroo takes their first leap in their own time. Wobbles too. Nobody starts by being good, they start by beginning. And lilies? It's worth it. Kip took one step forward, then another. Then he bent his legs slowly. The wind moved through the grass. Everything went cool, very quiet. Kip thought, if I wobble, I wobble. If I land badly, I land badly. But today I begin. He pushed off, and one glorious, surprising moment, Kip left the earth. He was in the air, really in the air. The world opened up beneath him. The hill, the grass, the sky, the shining valley all spread wide and bright. Then he landed, not elegantly, not perfectly. He landed with a bounce and a stumble and a little sideways scoot that ended in a surprising blink. But he landed on his feet. The hill erupted. Lily cheered. Marlowe thumped the ground. The others shouted, Kip did it! Kip stood there breathing hard. I did it, he whispered. Then louder, I did it! Lily bounced over and nearly knocked him sideways with excitement. You did! Kip laughed, a big, relieved, joyful laugh that seemed to shake the fear right out of him. Again, said Marlowe. Kip looked at him. Again? Marlowe nodded. Now you know you can. Kip turned back towards the hilltop. His knees still trembled, but now the trembling felt less like fear and more like energy. So he climbed back up and he leaped again. This time he went a little further. The landing was still wobbly, but better. Again, a little smoother. Again, a little stronger. Soon Kip was lapping between jumps, and once, after a especially bouncy landing, he answered, that one was fully intentional, even though everybody had clearly seen him spin half a circle. The others laughed with him, not at him. By the time the sun began to slide low in the sky, painting the valley with honey-colored light, Kip sat at the hilltop beside Lily, breathless and happy. How do you feel? She asked. Kip looked over. Sun Hop Plain, all glowing and endless and lovely. Like I found something, he said. What? He thought for a moment, not jumping. He found the part of me that was hiding beneath all the worrying. Lily smiled. I like that part of you. Kip smiled back. As they headed home, Kip noticed something else too. The hill hadn't changed. The jump hadn't become smaller. What had changed was him. He still felt nervous. He still felt careful. But now those feelings were standing beside something bigger. Belief. Then he reached the old gum tree. Kip's mother was waiting. Well? She asked him gently. Kip tried to say it calmly, but the joy came bubbling out too fast. I leaped. His mother's face lit up. You did? I wobbled. That's allowed. I almost spun. Very stylish. I might have looked silly. She smiled and Kip grinned, and I did it anyway. His mother drew him into a big warm hug. That's courage. That night under the stars, Kip lay awake again, but this time not because he was worried. He was replaying the leap, the push, the air, the landing, the cheering, the feeling of finding out he could do something that fear had tried very hard to hide from him. And before he drifted off to sleep, he made another promise to himself. Tomorrow, I leap again. And he did. Not because he was suddenly fearless, but because now he knew something important. The first leap is not about being perfect. It's about beginning. Ho, 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 and that, my friends, is how Kip the kangaroo took the first leap. Here's the moral of the story. Courage does not mean you feel no fear. It means you choose to begin even when fear is sitting beside you. Kip learned that the first leap does not have to be the biggest or the best. It simply has to be his. When we stop waiting to feel perfectly ready and bravely take one honest step forward, we often discover that confidence was growing inside of us all along. Wasn't that amazing, boys and girls, mums and dads? What a true story about being brave. And you can be brave too. Thank you for listening. Santa Papa John will be back tomorrow with another incredible story. Have a wonderful night. Ho, ho, ho.
Ho, 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 ladies and gentlemen, Santa Papa John here, and today we are starting something exciting for you and your children, moms and dads. We're doing the Big Heart Life Lesson Series. Today's episode is
Ask for help. Bramble found a little cub trying to do everything alone. The cub struggled, but it didn't ask for help. Bramble gently said, "It's okay to ask." And together they solved the problem, because kindness isn't just helping others, it's letting others help us too. You don't have to do everything alone. Can you ask for help today? Come back tomorrow for another exciting story by Santa Papa John and Storytime by Santa. Ho, ho, ho. Santa loves you. Ho, 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 ladies and gentlemen, Santa Papa John here, and today we are starting something exciting for you and your children, moms and dads. We are doing the Big Heart Life Lesson Series. Forgive others. Bramble met a fox who was holding on to anger. It made the fox feel heavy and sad. But when the fox chose to forgive, something changed. The weight lifted, because forgiveness isn't just for others, it's for you too. Letting go is one of the kindest things we can do. Can you forgive today? Oh, come back tomorrow for another one of Santa's Big Heart Life Lessons or Story Time by Santa. Ho, 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 Santa loves you. Ho, 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 ladies and gentlemen, Santa Papa John here, and today we are starting something exciting for you and your children, moms and dads. We are doing the Big Heart Life Lesson Series. And today's Big Heart Life Lesson is Be Brave. Bramble met a goat standing on the edge, afraid to take the next step, but slowly, with courage, that goat moved forward, because being brave doesn't mean you're not scared. It means you try anyway, and that is a powerful life lesson. Can you be brave today? Santa Papa John loves you. Ho, ho, ho. Come back tomorrow for more Santa Papa John Heart Life Lessons. Ho, 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 gather in close, my merry friends, snuggle up, get comfy, and let your imagination put on its hiking boots, because tonight we're going on a grand adventure. Not to a snowy rooftop, not to a toy workshop, and not to the North Pole cookie table. Although Santa does miss that table when he travels. No, indeed, tonight's story takes us to streaming geysers, wide open skies, bubbling hot springs, tall pine trees, and more wildlife than you can shake a candy cane at. This story is called Santa Goes on Vacation to Yellowstone National Park. Now, after a long season of sleigh bells, wish list, peppermint cocoa, and one particular complicated bicycle assembly on Christmas Eve, Santa sat down in his big chair and gave a happy sigh. Mrs. Claus looked up from her knitting. "Yeah," she said. That was a sigh of a man who needs a vacation. Santa smiled. "Was it that obvious?" Mrs. Claus nodded. "You sighed, then stared out the window for 6 full minutes and whispered, 'I wonder what a geyser sounds like.'" Santa adjusted his glasses. "Well, I have been curious." Mrs. Claus reached beside her chair and pulled out a colorful travel magazine. On the front was a picture of Yellowstone National Park, golden fields, snowy mountain peaks, in the distance, tall pines, blue rivers, and a great burst of steaming water shooting into the sky. Across the top it read, "Yellowstone, where the earth tells stories." Santa leaned forward. "Oh?" he said. Mrs. Claus smiled. "I thought that might get your attention." Santa studied the picture. "Look at that," he whispered. "It's beautiful." "And peaceful," said Mrs. Claus, "and full of adventure." "And," she added, "not one single toy assembly instruction sheet." Santa put a hand over his heart. "Say no more. I'm going." Now, my merry friends, Santa packing for Yellowstone was a sight to see. He packed flannel shirts, a warm jacket, a sun hat, sturdy boots, a canteen, trail mix, binoculars, and a little notebook labeled Santa's Vacation Thoughts and Very Important Outdoor Observations. Mrs. Claus peeked inside. "Why," she asked, "have you packed 12 sandwiches?" Santa looked thoughtful. "Hiking," he said. 12 sandwiches worth? One must be prepared." The reindeer, of course, gathered to watch. "You're going to the wilderness?" asked Dasher. "I am," Santa said proudly. "Will there be snow?" asked Donner. "Some," said Santa, "but also rivers, forests, meadows, and geysers." Cupid blinked. "What's a geyser?" Santa puffed up happily. "A geyser is a marvelous burst of hot water that shoots up from the ground like the earth suddenly remembered it had something exciting to say." The reindeer stared. Then Blitzen said, "That sounds dramatic." "Exactly," Santa replied. Soon Santa set off in his travel sleigh, the one smaller than his Christmas Eve sleigh and much better suited for vacation. It had polished runners, a cozy seat, and a basket in the back filled with snacks, maps, and one emergency tin of gingerbread cookies. The sleigh flew over mountains, farms, lakes, and winding rivers until it saw the sign said below, "Yellowstone." The land looked huge and beautiful, like a painted storybook come to life. There were deep green forests, rolling valleys, silver streams, broad meadows where tiny dots moved slowly in the distance. Bison, Santa guessed. He landed near a rustic lodge just outside a pine forest. The air smelled like wood, sunshine, and clean, cold water. Santa stepped out, stretched, took a deep breath. "Ah," he said, "that is mountain air right there." The ranger in a green hat came walking over with a friendly smile. "Welcome to Yellowstone," she said. "You must be Santa." Santa tipped his hat. "And you must be someone wise enough to know where all the trails are." She laughed. "My name is Ranger Ellie." "A pleasure to meet you." Ranger Ellie looked Santa over kindly. his red flannel shirt, hiking boots, binoculars, and a notebook tucked into his pocket. "You look ready." Santa nodded. "I have sandwiches." "Well then," she said, "you better prepared than some folks." Ranger Ellie showed Santa to a charming cabin with a porch facing the trees. Beyond the cabin, you could hear a stream murmuring over rocks. There was a rocking chair on the porch, a wool blanket folded neatly by the door, and inside a little stone fireplace. Santa stood in the doorway smiling. "This," he said softly, "is a very fine cabin." "You want to rest tonight," said Ranger Ellie. "Tomorrow I can show you some of the park." Santa grinned. "I would like that very much." That evening, Santa sat on the porch with a mug of tea and watched the sky turn gold, then pink, then soft blue. Birds flittered through the branches. Somewhere in the distance, a coyote called, though not in a scary way, more of a "good evening, everyone" sort of way. Santa wrote in his notebook, observation number 1, trees make excellent listeners. Observation 2, mountain air makes tea taste extra good. Observation 3, I have already eaten 2 hiking sandwiches and have done no hiking yet. Curious. The next morning, Ranger Ellie met Santa at sunrise. "Ready?" she asked. Santa stood tall, canteen at his side. "Very." They walked along a trail through the pines where sunlight striped the path, and little chipmunks darted about like tiny acrobats. Late for a meeting, Santa paused with every few steps. "To look," he explained. "At what?" asked Ranger Ellie. "At everything." He looked at the dew on spider webs, at yellow wild flowers, at a fallen log covered in soft moss, at a woodpecker tapping a tree with determined little knocks. "My goodness," Santa said, "this place is busy with beauty." Ranger Ellie smiled. "That's Yellowstone." Soon they came to a wide open meadow. Santa stopped so suddenly that Ranger Ellie nearly bumped into him. Out in the field stood a herd of bison. They were enormous, calm, magnificent. They moved slowly through the grass like furry mountains with feet. Santa lowered his voice to a whisper. "Well now." Ranger Ellie nodded. "Beautiful, aren't they?" Santa lifted his binoculars and watched them quietly. One younger bison gave a little hop and a kick, as if they were feeling particularly pleased to be alive that morning. Santa chuckled. "That one has joy in his knees." Ranger Ellie laughed. "That's one way to put it." They stood there a long while simply watching. Then Santa opened his notebook and wrote, observation number 4, bison are like walking armchairs made of courage. Observation 5, even very large creatures can have playful mornings. By midday they reached a boardwalk near a field of streaming pools and bubbling mud pots. Santa's eyes grew wide. The water in some pools were bright blue, like the pieces of sky dropped into the earth. Others were green, orange, and gold around the edges. Steam rose in a soft white clouds, and every few moments, somewhere in the distance, whoosh, a geyser burst into the air. Santa clapped his hands. "There it is!" Ranger Ellie grinned. "Would you like to see Old Faithful?" "Would I? Absolutely!" They found a bench and waited with other visitors. Families sat quietly. Children pointed at the steam. Cameras clicked. The ground itself seemed to hum with hidden energy. Santa leaned towards Ranger Ellie. How does the earth do that?" She smiled. "Hot water, pressure, rock, and patience." Santa considered that. "That sounds like a recipe for surprising people." Just then Old Faithful erupted. A giant shining burst of water and steam shooting high into the sky. The crowd gasped and cheered. Santa's mouth fell open. For a moment he looked less like a jolly old fellow from the North Pole and more like a delighted little boy seeing fireworks for the very first time. When the geyser settled, Santa sighed happily. Well, he said, that was worth at least 3 sandwiches. That afternoon, Santa had lunch at a picnic area near a river. He ate a sandwich, then another half, then 1 cookie, and then he announced, hiking requires excellent fuel. Ranger Ellie raised an eyebrow. You walked 2 miles. Santa nodded solemnly. Exactly. After lunch, they wandered near the riverbank where the water rushed clear and bright over rounded stones. A family of ducks paddled along the edge. One duckling tried to hop onto a rock, missed, and plopped gently back into the water. Santa laughed so warmly that even Ranger Ellie started giggling. He looked very surprised, Santa said. He did. That evening back at the lodge, Santa joined a small campfire program led by another ranger. Families sat on benches while the ranger spoke about caring for parks, respecting wildlife, and leaving nature as lovely as you found it. Santa listened carefully. Beside him sat a boy named Max, around 11 years old, and a baseball cap and a serious expression. During the talk, Max looked interested, but also a little worried. After the program ended, Santa turned to him. You have a thinking face, Santa said kindly. Max looked up. I do? Oh yes, said Santa. The eyebrows gave it away. Max smiled a little. I'm supposed to help with a junior ranger cleanup walk tomorrow, he said, but I'm not very good at talking to people. What if I mess something up? Santa nodded slowly. Ah, one of those worries. Max kicked slightly at a pine cone. I want to help. I just don't want to say the wrong thing. Santa leaned back on the bench. May I tell you a secret? Max looked surprised. Okay. Sometimes even Santa worries about saying the right thing. Max blinked. Really? Certainly, especially when speaking to very important people. Like who? Santa lowered his voice. Mrs. Claus, when I've forgotten where I left my boots. Max laughed. Santa continued, but helping doesn't always start with perfect words. Sometimes it starts with showing up, paying attention, and doing one kind thing at a time. Max thought about that. One kind thing at a time. He repeated. Exactly. The next morning, Santa joined the junior ranger group. There was about 10 children, Ranger Ellie, and a few parents. They walked the trail carrying gloves, small bags, picking up stray litter, and making sure the path was tidy. Most visitors do a wonderful job, Ranger Ellie said, but every now and then a wrapper or a bottle gets left behind. We help keep the park beautiful. Max walked behind others. At first, Santa stayed near him. Soon they spotted a paper cup near a log. Max picked it up, then he noticed the snack wrapper tucked behind a bush. Then a bottle cap by the trail edge. As they walked, a younger child named Lucy got her glove stuck while trying to reach a piece of paper. Max quickly stepped over and helped her free it. Thanks, Lucy said. Max shrugged, but he smiled. A little later, another boy wasn't sure where to put a recycling bottle. Max showed him, then he pointed out a sign everybody had walked past. What about staying on trails to protect delicate plants? By the end of the walk, Max was talking more easily, not loudly, not dramatically, just kindly and clearly. When Ranger Ellie thanked everyone, she added, and a special thanks to Max for helping the younger kids today. Max looked startled, then pleased. Santa gave him a small wink. One kind thing at a time. That afternoon, Santa and Ranger Ellie drove to a scenic overlook high above the valley. The view stretched for miles. Forests, rivers, river bends, hills, and distant mountains under a sky so wide it made Santa's heart feel a little extra roomy. At the overlook stood an elderly man stretching the landscape in a notebook. His name was Mr. Henry, and that every summer he visited Yellowstone to draw. I've been coming here for 20 years, he told Santa. 20 years? You must know this place very well. Mr. Henry smiled. I know enough to understand I'll never finish admiring it. Santa liked that very much. Below them in the valley, a group of elk moved slowly through the grass. One elk trotted awkwardly along long legs and enthusiasm. Santa chuckled. That one hasn't quite figured out where all its knees are. Mr. Henry laughed so hard his pencil slipped. By sunset, Santa was full of the peaceful kind of tired that comes with walking, breathing fresh air, and seeing beautiful things. That night he sat by the cabin fire and wrote observation number 6. Geysers are the Earth's way of cheering. Observation 7. Helping keep a place clean is a way of saying thank you. Observation 8. Courage can sound very quiet and still be real. Observation 9. I only have 2 sandwiches left. This is deeply concerning. On his last day at Yellowstone, Ranger Ellie took Santa to a calm lakeshore. The water reflected the mountains like a giant mirror. They sat on a log sipping hot cocoa from travel mugs. It's peaceful here, Santa said. It is. They watched the ripples move across the lake. Then Santa asked, what do you think children should remember most about a place like this? Ranger Ellie smiled. That nature is not separate from us. We're part of it. So we should treat it with care, respect, and gratitude. Santa nodded. That's beautifully said. A breeze moved through the pines. A bird skimmed low over the water, and in that quiet moment, Santa felt a kind of happiness that settles deep and stays a while. When it comes time to leave, Ranger Ellie and Max came to see Santa off. Max handed Santa a small flat stone he had found near the trail, smooth and round with a stripe across the middle. For your notebook pocket, Max said. Santa looked at it carefully. A treasure, he said. Max smiled. To remind you of Yellowstone. I shall keep it always. Ranger Ellie shook Santa's hand. Come back any time. Oh, I hope I do, said Santa. This place has filled my heart and my notebook. As the travel sleigh lifted into the sky, Santa looked down at the forests, the rivers, the meadows, and steaming geysers below. He had come to Yellowstone for a vacation, and he had found rest, yes, but he also found wonder, fresh air, new friends, quiet courage, and a beautiful reminder that the world is full of places worth loving and protecting. Back at the North Pole, Mrs. Claus met him at the door with a hug. Well, she asked. Santa smiled. Yellowstone was extraordinary. Did you rest? I did. Did you learn anything? Santa handed her the little striped stone. Mrs. Claus turned it over in her hand. Then Santa said, I learned that the earth tells stories too. In steam, in rivers, in forests, and in the quiet way people care for them. Mrs. Claus smiled warmly. That sounds like a wonderful good vacation. Santa nodded. Then he opened his notebook, turned to a fresh page, and wrote, Santa Around the World Adventure number 2 complete. Bring extra sandwiches next time. And that, my friends, is how Santa's trip to Yellowstone began, one of the grandest, gentlest, and most wonder-filled adventures in his Santa Around the World series. Because sometimes a vacation is more than a getaway. Sometimes it's a chance to listen to the land, careful for what is beautiful, and remember that even the biggest world can feel like home when you treat it with love. The moral of the story is the world is filled with beautiful places, wonderful people, and quiet chances to show kindness, courage, and responsibility. When we care for nature, help others in small ways, and stay open to wonder, we grow stronger in heart, richer in gratitude, Real adventure is not just about seeing amazing things. It's also about protecting them, appreciating them, and believing that even one small helpful act can make a difference. Wow, isn't that amazing, folks? Is Yellowstone on your list for an adventure? It was amazing, so much fun, and thank you for listening. And I hope you come back soon for another story time by Santa. Ho, ho, ho! Santa loves you. Ho, ho, ho! Come gather close, my merry friends. Pull your blankets up, wiggle your toes, and get ready for a story filled with sunshine, music, kindness, laughter, and one very relaxed Santa who discovered that sometimes the best adventures begin when you slow down long enough to hear the rhythm of the world. This is called Santa Around the World. Santa's going to Jamaica, man. One bright morning at the North Pole, Santa stood beside his big wooden desk, staring at a map spread across the top. Now, this was not just any map. Oh, no. This was Santa's special travel map, sprinkled with stardust, kindness, glitter, and just a little cookie crumb near Australia. Santa insisted the cookie crumb helped with navigation. Mrs. Claus walked in carrying a tray of warm cinnamon tea. Still planning your next vacation, she asked. Santa smiled. I am, my dear. The world is filled with wonderful places, and I believe my boots need to see more of it. Mrs. Claus looked down at Santa's boots. They've mostly seen snow. And cookie crumbs, Santa nodded. That too. Santa ran his finger across the map. I want somewhere full of music, bright colors, kind people, beautiful water, and food that makes my belly do a happy dance. Mrs. Claus smiled. That sounds like Jamaica. Santa's eyes lit up. Jamaica? The map shimmered. A tiny golden star appeared over the island in the Caribbean Sea. Santa leaned closer. Oh, look at that. Beaches, mountains, waterfalls, music. And is that jerk chicken? Mrs. Claus raised an eyebrow. Santa? What? I'm only reading the map. The next morning, Santa packed his vacation bag. He did not bring his big red coat. That would have been a terrible idea. Instead, he packed a red flowered shirt, sandals, sunglasses, a straw hat, and a bottle of extra strong beard sunscreen. Yes, gotta look after, the beard. The elves gathered round. Santa, said a Jingle Pop. Are you sure you don't need snow boots? I'm going to Jamaica, Santa said. Oh, so no snow? Not usually. Jingle Pop looked concerned. Then what do people slide on? Santa chuckled. Sometimes waves. The elves gasped. Water sliding? Asked Tinsel. Something like that. Rudolph stepped forward, wearing tiny sunglasses. Need a ride? Santa patted his nose. Not this time, my bright friend. I'm taking the vacation sleigh. The vacation sleigh was smaller than the Christmas sleigh. It had cup holders, a sun umbrella, and a little sign on the back that said, Santa off duty, kindness still on. And with a twinkle, a sparkle, and a cheerful ho-ho, here we go, Santa flew south towards Jamaica. The air grew warmer, the clouds disappeared, the ocean below turned bright blue, then turquoise. Then a color so beautiful Santa nearly dropped his travel mug. Great gumdrops, he whispered. That water looks like melted jewel. Then Santa arrived. He landed near a peaceful beach where palm trees swayed in the breeze. The sun shone gently, waves rolled onto the soft sand, and the music floated from somewhere nearby. A little boy standing with his grandmother pointed. Grandma, is that Santa? His grandmother smiled. Looks like him. The boy squinted, but he's wearing sandals. Santa stepped out of the sleigh, adjusted his straw hat, and waved. Ho, 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 Vacation Santa reporting for sunshine. The boy laughed. Santa, your toes are out. Santa looked down. So they are. They seemed very surprised. The boy's name was Malik, and his grandmother was called Nana Pearl. They welcomed Santa warmly. Welcome to Jamaica, Nana Pearl said. Here we say kindness with our words, our music, and our food. Santa placed a hand over his heart. That sounds like my kind of place. Malik looked at Santa's beard. Doesn't it get hot? Oh yes, Santa said. That is why I gave it a pep talk this morning. Malik giggled. You talk to your beard? Only when it needs encouragement. Nana Pearl laughed and invited Santa to walk with them through the village. As they walked, Santa noticed colors everywhere. Bright houses, painted signs, flowers in red, yellow, purple, orange. People smiled and waved. Music drifted through the streets, warm and joyful. The man playing drums yelled out, Santa, you come to dance. Santa's eyes widened. My knees have not been warmed. Malik grinned. Come on, Santa. Soon Santa found himself in the middle of a small circle, clapping to the beat. The drummer smiled. Feel the rhythm. Santa nodded. I feel it. My feet are negotiating. Then Santa danced. Not perfectly, not even close. His sandals slapped the ground, his belly bounced, and his beard swished left and right like it was trying to help. The villagers cheered. Malik laughed so hard he had to sit down. Santa bowed. Thank you. I call the dance the North Pole Wobble. Nana Pearl wiped tears of laughter from her eyes. Santa, you bring joy wherever you go. Santa smiled. Joy travels well. Later, Nana Pearl took Santa and Malik to the beautiful waterfall tucked beneath green trees and rocks. The water tumbled down with a rushing sound that felt powerful but peaceful. Mist sprayed in the sunlight. Santa stood quietly. This is magnificent, he said. Malik climbed carefully along the safe lower rocks with Nana Pearl nearby. Santa watched a group of children helping each other step from stone to stone. One little girl named Amara hesitated at the edge. I can't do it, she whispered. Her older brother reached out a hand. You don't have to jump, just take one step. Santa listened. Amara took a breath. One step, then another. Everyone cheered. Santa clapped softly. That's courage right there. Malik looked up. Santa, is courage always big? Oh no, Santa said. Sometimes courage is just one wet sandal moving forward. Malik looked at Santa's sandals. Like yours? Santa lifted one soggy foot. Exactly. This sandal is very brave. That afternoon, Santa visited a market filled with music, fruit, handmade crafts, and laughter. A woman selling mangoes handed Santa a slice. Santa took one bite and froze. Oh, Mrs. Claus must know about this fruit. Malik smiled. You like mango? Like it. My taste buds just started singing. At one table, Santa saw a young girl named Leela trying to sell small bracelets she had made from colorful beads, but she looked discouraged. People passed by quickly. Santa walked over. These are beautiful, he said. Leela shrugged. Nobody is buying them. Santa picked up a bracelet made with a green, gold, and black beads. Did you make this? Yes. What does it mean? Leela sat a little taller. Green for the land, gold for the sunshine, black for strength. Santa nodded warmly. That is not just a bracelet. That is a story you can wear. Leela's eyes widened. A story? Every handmade gift carries part of the maker's heart, Santa said, telling people what it means. The next person who passed, Leela stood up and said, would you like to see a bracelet about the land, sunshine, and strength? The person stopped, then smiled, then bought one. Leela gasped. Santa winked. Sometimes people don't just need to see what they want. They need to feel why they want it. By evening, Santa, Malik, and Nana Pearl sat near the beach as the sky turned orange and pink. The gentle breeze moved through the palm trees. The waves whispered across the shore. Malik was quiet. Quiet? Santa noticed. What's on your heart, my young friend? Malik looked out at the ocean. I love Jamaica, he said, but sometimes I hear people talk about places far away, and I wonder if where I live is special enough. Santa turned towards him. Special enough? Malik nodded. Big cities, famous places, snowy places like the North Pole. Santa smiled softly. Malik, even places, has its own kind of magic. The North Pole has snow, sleigh bells, and cocoa by the fire. Jamaica has music, sunshine, waterfalls, mountains, oceans, and hearts that welcome strangers like family. Malik listened. Santa continued. A place is not special because it looks like somewhere else. It is special because of the love, stories, and the people who live there. Nana Pearl nodded. That is truth. Santa looked at the waves. Today, Jamaica gave me gifts I could not wrap. Music, laughter, courage, mangoes, very important mangoes. Malik laughed, and most of all, Santa said, it reminded me that joy can sound like drums, feel like sunshine, taste like fruit, and look like people helping one another. That night, the village held a small beach gathering for Santa. There were lanterns, gentle music, and tables of food that made Santa's eyes sparkle. Santa, Malik said, you have to try festival. Santa looked at the plate. Is it dessert? Nope. Is it bread? Kind of. Is it delicious? Yes. Santa took a bite. His eyes widened. Someone alert the North Pole kitchen. Everybody laughed. Then the drummer from earlier on began to play. People clapped. Children danced. Nana Pearl sang softly. Santa sat with Malik near the fire. You know, Santa said, I came here thinking I was going on vacation. You are, Malik said. Santa smiled. Yes, but I also learned something. What? Santa looked around at the smiling faces. I learned that rest is not doing nothing. Sometimes rest is letting your heart be filled by something beautiful. Malik thought about that. So vacation is heart-filling? Santa chuckled. Exactly, and occasionally belly-filling. Malik nodded seriously, especially with mango. The next morning it was time for Santa to return to the North Pole. The village gathered to say goodbye. Leela gave Santa a bracelet. For Mrs. Claus, she said. Santa held it gently. She will love it. Nana Pearl handed him a soft pouch. Spices for your kitchen. Ooh. Santa sniffed it and smiled. The elves are about to become very curious. Malik gave Santa a shell that he had found on the beach. So you remember the ocean. Santa knelt down. I won't forget, my friend. Malik hugged him. Will you come back? Santa's eyes twinkled. Ho, 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 Jinkle. Jamaica has not seen the last of my sandals. The vacation sleigh lifted into the morning sky below. The village waved. Santa waved back until the island became a bright green jewel surrounded by blue sea. As he flew home, he placed the shell beside him, listened to the soft rush of wind, and smiled. When Santa returned to the North Pole, the elves ran out to greet him. How was Jamaica? Asked a Jingle Pop. Santa stepped from the sleigh wearing his straw hat and flowered shirt. The elves stared. Rudolph sniffed the air. Is that mango? Yes, Santa said proudly, and a lesson. What lesson? Said Tinsel. Santa held up the bracelet. That every place has a song, every person has a story, and kindness sounds beautiful in every language. The elves grew quiet. Then Jingle Pop raised a hand. Did you bring back snacks? Santa smiled, of course. The elves cheered. Mrs. Claus came outside and laughed when she saw Santa's outfit. Well, you look rested. I am, Santa said, and inspired. Mrs. Claus held up the bracelet Leela had made. It's beautiful. So is the heart behind it, Santa said. That evening, Santa placed Malik's shell on a shelf in the workshop beside keepsakes from other adventures around the world. Then he wrote in his travel journal, Jamaica taught me that joy has many rhythms. Some are sung, some are shared, some are danced, and some are found when people welcome you with open hearts. Santa closed the journal and smiled. Far away in Jamaica, Malik sat on the beach with Nana Pearl, watching stars appear above the water. Do you think Santa remembers us? Malik asked. Nana Pearl smiled. My child, when you share kindness from the heart, people carry it with them wherever they go. And she was right, because at the North Pole that night, Santa hummed a happy island rhythm while the elves tasted mango for the very first time. Jingle Pop took one bite and whispered, my mouth just went on vacation. And everyone laughed, ho ho ho. Moral of the story, every place in the world has its own special beauty, and every person has something meaningful to share. When we slow down, listen, and welcome others with kindness, we discover that the joy can be found in music, nature, food, friendship, and simple moments from the heart. We do not need to compare our heart, our home, our gifts, or ourselves to anyone else. What makes us special is the love we share, the stories we carry, and the kindness we give wherever we go. Isn't that amazing, boys and girls, mom and dad? Santa goes on vacation, and he has fun, and he shares happiness wherever he goes. So I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you tell your friends. And I hope you come back again tomorrow for another story from Santa Papa John at Storytime by Santa. Ho, ho, ho. Santa loves you. Ho, ho, ho. Gather in, my friends. Snuggle under your blankets. Scoot your chairs a little nearer. And if you've got a warm drink, cocoa, tea, or even a brave cup of warm milk, take a sip and let your shoulders relax. Tonight's story is extra special because it's one I don't tell very often. Not because it's scary. Oh, no, not scary at all. But because it's a story of the night when Santa Claus, yes, me, needed help. And not from the elves, not from the reindeer, from kids. Now, at the North Pole, we have systems, plans, checklists, backup checklist for the checklist. An elf named Wrenchley once made a checklist for when he keeps his checklists. And I had to remind him, Wrenchley, buddy, at some point we should just do the thing. Still, planning matters. It's how Christmas runs smoothly. And on this particular Christmas Eve, everything started just right. The sleigh was polished and humming with warm magic. The deer were fed, brushed, and doing their pre-chip stretches. Yes, reindeer stretch. Rudolph's favorite stretch is called the nose wiggle. It looks silly, but it works. Mrs. Claus handed me a travel tin of cookies and said, try not to eat all of them before the first neighborhood. I said, no promises. She gave me the look. I said, okay, fine. Some promises. The elves waved with mittened hands. Snow sparkled, bells jingled, and the sky was clear. Perfect. I climbed up into the sleigh, gave a jolly ho, 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 and we lifted into the night like a warm wish on a cold breeze. For the first hour, everything was magical. The sleigh glided like a feather. The stars twinkled like they were cheering. The reindeer flew with that calm confidence that says, we've got this. We delivered gifts to sleepy towns and quiet houses and bustling apartment buildings where you could almost hear the giggles hiding inside the walls. And then something odd happened. Right as we crossed over a wide river, I reached for my sleigh navigation compass. the one that helps me keep my route smooth and my timing perfect. It usually glows of soft golden color like a candle flame. But tonight it blinked once, twice. Then it gave a tiny plop noise and went dark. I blinked at it and said, "Uh-oh." Rudolph looked back mid-flight. Problem? I tapped the compass. It's taking a nap. Dasher called, "Wake it up." I tried. I gave it a gentle shake. Nothing. Then the sleigh did something I did not enjoy. It wobbled. Just a little, like a shopping cart with one squeaky wheel deciding to show off. The bells jingled in a confused rhyme. Jingle, jangle, clunk, jingle. I held the reins steady. All right, team, easy does it. Rudolph's nose glowed brighter, scanning the air. Santa, the route lines are fading. Now, you might not know this, but the North Pole uses something called joy lines, soft, invisible trails of holiday spirit that help guide the sleigh smoothly across the world. They don't replace maps or planning, but they support the magic, like invisible handrails in the sky. When the joy lines are strong, the sleigh glides like a dream. When they fade, the sleigh gets a little confused. Like me trying to find my glasses when they're not on my head. It happens. Don't judge Santa. I looked ahead. The sky still sparkled. The stars were still there, but the feeling was different. Thinner, quieter. Not sad, not scary, just low. I frowned. That's odd. Comment snorted, maybe the joy lines are tired. Cupid said maybe they need snacks. Donner added everything needs snacks. Rudolph tilted his head. Santa, what do we do? Well, as Santa, I'm supposed to have an answer. But the truth is, this was new. So I did what a good leader does when something unexpected happens. I stayed calm. I checked what I could. I asked for help. Rudolph, I said, let's slow our pace slightly. Everyone keep steady. We're safe. We're just navigating without our usual sparkle. Rudolph nodded, got it, and that's when we hit the second surprise. The sleigh bag, my big magical gift bag, usually feels light as air until I reach into it. Then, like magic, the right gift appears at the right time. But when I reached in for that next gift, my hand brushed paper. Then more paper. Then a sticky note. I pulled it out. It read, Santa, please confirm Joy Lock is on. I stared. Then I looked at the bag. Then I looked at the compass. Then I said out loud, uh-oh. Rudolph called, what? I held up the sticky note so the reindeer could see it. The Joy Lock? Dasher blinked. The Joy Lock? Yes, my friends, the Joy Lock is a tiny safety setting the elves installed so the sleigh's magic doesn't accidentally, overdo it while still on the runway. Think of it like a cap on a marker so you don't draw Christmas cheer on the walls before you're ready. You're supposed to turn it off right before takeoff. Guess who did not turn it off? That's right, me, Santa Claus. I sighed the deepest Santa sigh. I left the Joy Lock on. There was a long pause. Then Prancer said very politely, Santa, you are adorable. That, I said, is not the word I would choose. Rudolph's nose flickered like it was trying not to laugh. Can we turn it off now? I checked the dashboard. The Joy Lock switch was there, but it was stuck. Frozen. Not with scary ice, just one of those stubborn little freezes that happens when a button gets bumped and the wind says, oh yeah, try moving now. I wiggled it, nothing. I tried gently, nothing. I tried giving it the stern Santa eyebrow. Still nothing. I can't get it to move, I admitted. Rudolph said so. The sleigh is running on low joy mode. Exactly, I said. The low joy mode doesn't stop Christmas. Not at all, but it makes everything harder. The bag doesn't sort as smoothly, the route isn't as glowing, the sleigh feels heavier, and I, Santa, start to feel like I'm trying to push a shopping cart full of watermelons up a hill. Still not scary, just tricky. We needed a solution. Now, the elves would normally fix this in the workshop, but we were already out delivering. We couldn't just zip back to the North Pole and lose hours. That's when I remembered something important. The joy lines don't come from machines, they come from people. From laughter and kindness and hope, from hugs and apologies, from families gathering, from kids believing, from grown-ups trying again. So I had an idea. A slightly unusual, very Santa-ish idea. Rudolph, I said, we're going to ask the kids for help. Santa blinked. The kids? Yes, I said, kids are professional joy engineers. They just don't have tool belts. Cupid asked, how do we ask them? I smiled with a little North Pole magic and a lot of respect. We flew towards the next neighborhood, Maple Hollow, a town where snowflakes always seem to fall in gentle, friendly way. We landed softly in a park near the street of cozy houses. Now you might be wondering, how can kids help if they're asleep? Good question. The North Pole has a special method called a dream note, a safe, gentle whisper that can visit a child's dream like a floating through thought bubble. Without waking them up, it's like slipping a note under the door of imagination. I knelt by the sleigh and took out my dream belt note bell, a tiny silver and quiet as a snowflake. I rang it softly, ding, ding, and in 3 nearby houses, 3 children stirred in their dreams, not awake, not startled, just listening in their dreamy way kids can. The first was a girl named Lily, about 8, wearing a fuzzy robe in her dream and holding a flashlight like she was on an adventure. The second was a boy named Marcus, around 10, who appeared in his dream wearing a superhero cape that said, Captain Responsibility. I liked him immediately. The third was a teen named Ava, about 14, who appeared holding a notebook and looking like she had been asked to lead a team project. Calm, capable, slightly amused. I tipped my hat politely. Ho, ho, ho. Hello, my friends. Lily gasped. Santa? Marcus saluted. Sir? And Ava raised an eyebrow. This is either a dream or I drank too much cocoa. I chuckled. It's a dream visit and no worries. You're safe and cozy in your beds. Lily bounced. Is it Christmas? Did I miss it? Nope, I said, you're right on time. Marcus said, do you need help? Ava folded her arms gently. Santa never needs help. I rubbed the back of my neck. Normally, I'm pretty good at the whole Christmas thing, but tonight I made a small mistake. I left the joy lock on, and now the sleigh's magic is running low. Lily frowned. Can you turn it off? I tried, but it stuck. Marcus's cape fluttered in an imaginary wind. So how do we help? I smiled. Joy unlocks joy. Ava tilted her head. Meaning? Meaning, I said, if we can create a burst of kindness, teamwork, and hopefully energy, we can strengthen the joy lines long enough for the sleigh to rebalance and loosen the stuck switch. Lily whispered, so we have to be kind? I nodded, and you already know the how. Marcus asked, what exactly do we do? 3 things, I said, simple, powerful, and real. I held up one mittened finger. First, think of someone you care about and send them a kind message. Something you've wanted to say but maybe haven't. Lily immediately said, I want to tell my mom she's the best ever when she's tired. My heart squeezed in the best way. Perfect. Marcus said, I want to tell my little brother I'm proud of him for trying soccer even though he's nervous. Excellent, I said. Ava's expression softened. I want to tell my friend I'm sorry for being short with her this week. I nodded. That's brave. I held up a second finger. Second, imagine doing one helpful thing tomorrow that makes someone's day easier. Nothing huge, just real. Lily said I'd pick up my socks without being asked. I laughed. Santa will frame this moment. Marcus said I'll help my neighbors shovel their steps. Ava said I'll check in on my grandma and actually listen, no rushing. My eyes twinkled. That's the good stuff. I held up a third finger. Third, we need one shared moment, something joyful you can do right now in your dreams together. Lily shouted, dance party. Marcus said, organized dance party. Ava said, I can't believe I'm agreeing to this, but yes. So we did. Right there in the dream space above Maple Hollow, the three kids and Santa Claus had a tiny dance party. Nothing wild, nothing overstimulating, just a joyful wiggle, a silly shoulder shimmy, and Marcus attempted something called the snowman shuffle. That looked like a snowman trying not to fall over. Lily giggled so hard she nearly dropped her dream flashlight. Even Ava smiled big. Down by the sleigh, the reindeer watched the air shimmer softly as the joy lines brightened around us. The bells jingled clearer. Jingle, jingle, jingle. Rudolph's nose glowed warm and steady. Santa, it's working. I looked at the joy lock switch. It trembled, then clicked. It loosened. I flipped it gently off. The sleigh gave a happy hum like it had been holding its breath and finally exhaled. The gift bags sparkled and felt light again. The route lines lit up ahead, gentle, glowing trails like lanterns in the sky. I looked back at the kids in the dream space and tipped my hat. You did it, I said. Lily cheered. We saved Christmas. Marcus puffed his cape. Captain Responsibility reporting success. Ava smiled. So kindness is literally power? I nodded. It always has been. Before the dream faded, I said softly, thank you, not for just helping me tonight, but for choosing to be kind of people who make the world brighter. Lily yawned. Can I have a hug? In your dream, I asked. Yes. I opened my arms and Lily ran into a big, warm Santa hug. Marcus asked, can I have a handshake? Absolutely, I said, shaking his hand firmly. Ava hesitated and then said, can I have a nod of respect? I grinned. The highest honor. We nodded, serious, respectful. Then Ava laughed. Okay, maybe a hug too. Ho, 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 now you're speaking my language. The dream space softened like a blanket. The kids drifted back into a peaceful sleep, carrying those kind intentions like little lanterns in their hearts. Back in the sleigh, I looked at my team. Well, I said, we're back in full magic. Rudolph smiled. Santa, maybe you should keep the joy lock note on your glove. I already taped it there, I said, holding up my mitten. Sure enough, a sticky note. The reindeer laughed. We lifted into the sky again, gliding smoothly along glowing joy lines, delivering gifts with ease and warmth and steady cheer. And everywhere we went after that, I noticed something. Not just the sparkle, not just the magic. I noticed the people. A dad quietly setting out water for the mail carrier who worked late. A teen helping her little sister wrap a gift. A kid leaving a note for his teacher that said, thank you for believing in me. Little acts, big heart. That's what truly powers Christmas. And yes, my friends, Santa learned something too. Even Santa needs help sometimes. And that's okay. because asking for help isn't weakness, it's wisdom. And anticipating help, especially from, accepting help. And accepting help, especially from kids, reminds you that the world is full of quiet heroes in pajamas. Ho, ho, ho! Here's the moral of the story. Kindness is real, magic, and it grows stronger when we share it on purpose. When Santa faced a problem he couldn't fix alone, the kids helped by choosing empathy, responsibility, and teamwork. Simple actions that created powerful joy. This reminds us that it's brave to ask for help, wise to listen, and important to use our hearts to lift others up. Because when we practice kindness and courage, even small choices can brighten the world and guide us through any challenge. Wow, boys and girls, mums and dads. Wasn't that amazing? Santa liked that story. So, I hope you did too. And I hope you'll tell your friends that you've heard a wonderful story by Santa Papa John at Storytime by Santa. Ho, 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 Santa loves you. Ho, 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 ladies and gentlemen, Santa Papa John here, and today we are starting something exciting for you and your children, mums and dads. We are doing the Big Heart Life Lesson series. Today's Big Heart Life lesson is celebrate others. Bramble saw a deer win a race, but others felt left out. So Bramble started cheering for everyone, and soon everyone joined in, because kindness means being happy for others, even when you don't win. Can you celebrate someone today? Come back tomorrow for another exciting lesson from Santa Papa John at Big Heart Life Lessons, or a wonderful story by Santa Papa John. Ho, 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 Santa loves you. Ho, 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 ladies and gentlemen, Santa Papa John here, and today we are starting something exciting for you and your children, mums and dads. We are doing the Big Heart Life Lesson series. Today's Big Heart Life lesson is be yourself. At the end of his journey, Bramble looked into a quiet lake, and he saw himself, not perfect, not the same as others, just him. And he realized that's enough, because the best kindness starts with being true to who you are. Can you be yourself today? And don't forget to subscribe for more Big Heart Life lessons from Santa Papa John. Ho, 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 Santa loves you. Ho, 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 ladies and gentlemen, Santa Papa John here, and today we are starting something exciting for you and your children, mums and dads. We are doing the Big Heart Life Lesson series. Be thankful. One morning, Bramble started making a list of all the things he wished he had. A bigger sled, more cookies, a taller tree house. But Santa asked him a question. Bramble, have you looked at all the wonderful things you already have? Bramble thought about his family, his friends, his home, and all the people who cared about him. Suddenly his heart felt fuller, because being thankful helps us see how blessed we really already are. Take a moment today and think about something you are thankful for, because a thankful heart is a happy heart. Come back for more Big Heart Life lessons with Santa Papa John. Santa loves you. Ho, 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 my merry friends. Gather in close, my merry friends. Pull up your blankets, fluffy up your pillows, and wiggle until you find the coziest spot of all. Tonight's tale is about a weasel, a mystery and a treasure so surprising that even the owls blinked twice. Wow, it's called The Weasel and His Treasure. In a quiet woodland where the pine trees whispered to one another, the creek sang a little silver songs over the stones, there lived a small weasel named Wally. Now, Wally was not the biggest creature in the forest, he was not the strongest, and he was not the loudest, and he was certainly not the fluffiest. That title belonged to Harold the Rabbit, who looked like he had been put together entirely out of a dandelion wishes. But Wally had something special. He had bright eyes, quick paws, and a heart that was always curious. He also had a tiny red cap he loved very much. It was a bit too big for his head, and every time he ran, it slipped over one eye. Stylish, Wally would say, pushing it back up. Ridiculous, said Mabel the squirrel. Maybe both, said Wally, which made Mabel laugh. Now, one sunny morning, Wally was digging for breakfast near the roots of the old oak tree when his paw struck something hard. Clink! Wally froze. He blinked. Then he dug a little more. Clink, clink. His whiskers twitched, his ears perked, his tail stood straight up like an exclamation mark. Oh, whispered Wally. That sounds important. He dug faster. Out of the dirt came a small round object covered in mud. Wally rubbed it clean with a leaf and a gasped. It was a golden coin. A real shining, glittering golden coin. Wally held it up to the sunlight. It flashed so brightly that Bluebird nearly fell backwards. Well, butter my biscuits, Wally whispered, though he had never once buttered a biscuit in his life. A treasure. He looked around quickly. No one, not a soul, not even a squirrel, not even Harold, who usually appeared whenever snacks, stories, or excitement were involved. Wally's heart thumped with delight. A treasure means a treasure chest, he said. And then, because treasure talk can make anybody dramatic, he added, and a treasure chest means an adventure. He tucked the coin safely into his little satchel, straightened out his red cap, scampered down the path towards the village clearing. On the way, he met Mabel, the squirrel, balancing 3 acorns on her head for absolutely no reason. Mabel, Wally called, guess what I found? A sandwich? Said Mabel hopefully. Nope. A better sandwich? No. Wally pulled out the coin. Mabel nearly dropped on all 3 acorns. Wally Weasel, she said, where did you get that? By the old oak tree, buried underneath the roots. I think there must be more. Maybe a whole chest full of treasure. Mabel's eyes grew wide. Treasure? She whispered. Treasure, Wally whispered back. Harold the Rabbit, who had somehow appeared without anybody hearing, leaned in. Did somebody say treasure? Wally jumped. Harold, how long have you been standing there? Harold shrugged. Long enough to hear the best words in the forest. Soon the 3 friends were huddled together, staring at the coin. What will you do with it? Asked Mabel. Wally puffed out his chest. I shall find the rest of the treasure, he announced, and then I shall become rich and important. Harold tilted his fluffy head. Important enough to buy extra carrot pie? Possibly. Then I support this mission fully, Harold said. Mabel crossed her paws. Do you even know where to look? Wally thought for a moment. Nope. Do you have a map? No, I don't. A shovel? A spoon? Mabel stared. A spoon? She said. It's sturdy, said Wally. Harold nodded thoughtfully. It does have character. So off they went, Wally with his spoon, Mabel with her cleverness, Harold with snacks? They searched under logs, they searched behind rocks, they searched beneath berry bushes. Though Harold spent a mischievous amount of time checking for clues by eating berries. They found one lost button, 2 shiny pebbles, a feather, a rusty teapot lid, and a wooden sign that simply said, "This way," but pointed into a pond. That's not helpful, Mabel said. Maybe for fish, Harold offered. By late afternoon, the sun had turned golden and sleepy. Wally's paws were muddy, his cap was crooked, and his hopes had drooped a little. Maybe the coin was all there was. He sighed. Just then, from up in the branches, came a soft voice. Looking for something? They looked up. Perched on the branch sat Olive the Owl, wearing her usual calm expression, the one that made her look as if she already knew what you were doing to say and had decided to be patient about it. We're looking for treasure, said Harold. A chest? Said Mabel. A great and glorious fortune, said Wally. Olive blinked once. Ah, you know something I don't know, said Wally. Olive blinked twice. Perhaps. Wally bounced on his paws. Please tell us. Olive ruffled her feathers. Long ago there was an old fox named Fernandin who traveled far and wide. He collected many beautiful things. Coins, polished stones, silver trinkets, bright ribbons, carved boxes. When he grew old, he had his favorite treasure somewhere in the forest where he hid it. Wally's eyes sparkled. Yes, yes, yes. And where is it? Olive smiled just a tiny bit. That, she says, depends on what kind of treasure you're looking for. Wally frowned. The shiny kind. Said Olive. Then follow this clue. Where the water sings but never speaks. That's where you'll get the first answer gently. There was a long silence. Harold raised a paw. I understand water. Mabel sighed. She means the creek. Olive bowed her head. Good luck. And with that she flew off into the evening sky like a floating gray thought. The 3 friends raced to the creek. The water bubbled and sparkled over smooth stones, just as cheerful as ever. Where do we look? Said Harold. Mabel pointed to a cluster of stones shaped like little steps. There! Wally scrambled over and peered between the rocks. Tucked into a dry nook was a tiny wooden box. In there was a note. Wally unfolded it. It read, to find the next part of the treasure true, go to where the flowers wait for dew. Where morning laughs in colors bright, you'll find the clue in gentle light. Well, Harold blinked. That fox had excellent handwriting. Mabel grinned. The wildflower meadow. So off they went again under the moon's soft glow. Fireflies winked around them like tiny lanterns. At the meadow, the flowers swayed in the evening breeze, purple, yellow, blue, and white. Wally searched carefully until he spotted something tied to a daisy stem with a ribbon. Another note. This one said, you are quick and you are near, but treasure's truth is not yet clear. Go where laughter loves to stay, and someone kind has worked all day. Harold gasped. The bakery. Now, In the forest village there was a tiny bakery run by Mrs. Puddle, a hedgehog with flour in her nose and the warmest muffins in 3 counties. When the friends arrived, Mrs. Puddle was sweeping her porch. "Good evening, dears," she said. "Why are you all panting like you've been chased by geese?" "Treasure hunt," Wally said. "Clues," said Mabel. "Possible muffins," added Harold. Mrs. Puddle chuckled. "Well, I do have blueberry." Harold placed both paws on his heart. "This has become my favorite adventure." Mrs. Puddle handed them each a muffin, still warm. Wally took one bite and nearly forgot all about the treasure. Almost. Then Mrs. Puddle smiled and pointed to a little jar on the counter. Inside was another note. Wally read, "One more place before you see what treasure means and ought to be. Go to the hill where old friends meet and bring your tired and muddy feet." "The hill," said Mabel. That hill was a favorite place in the forest. Families picnicked there, children rolled down the grassy slope, grandparents sat on blankets and told stories from long ago. It was where birthdays were celebrated, songs were sung, and no one reminded if you laughed or minded if you laughed too loud. By the time Wally, Mabel, and Harold reached the top, the stars had come out, and there, waiting in the moonlight, was nearly all the woodland neighbors. Mrs. Puddle the hedgehog, Olive the owl, a family of mice, 2 beavers, 3 raccoons, several birds, Harold's large and very fluffy cousins, and in the center of them all sat an old wooden chest. Wally gasped so hard his cap nearly flew off. The treasure chest. He hurried forward, his paws trembling as he lifted the lid. Inside were not piles of coins, not jewels, not gold bars, not silver cups. Inside were a little treasure of different sorts. Letters, drawings, ribbons, buttons, pebbles painted with smiles, pressed flowers, hand-carved toys, and tiny notes tied with twine. Wally stared. I don't understand." Olive stepped forward. "Ferdinand the fox did gather shiny things when he was young," she said. "But as he grew older, he learned something important. His favorite treasures were never the ones that glittered. They were the gifts from friends, the memories of kind days, the little things made with love." Mrs. Puddle lifted a faded ribbon. "I gave him this when he helped repair my bakery door." A beaver held up a smooth stone painted with a sun. "He sat with my son when he was lonely." One of the mice smiled and unfolded a tiny drawing. "He told us stories every winter." Harold looked into the chest and whispered, "Oh." Mabel placed a paw on Wally's shoulder. Wally looked down at the golden coin in his hand. For a moment he felt a little silly. He had dreamed of being rich and important, but there on this grassy hill, surrounded by friends who had come out at night just to share a moment together, he felt something even better. He felt full, warm, happy in a way that made his chest ache just a little. Olive nodded towards the chest. "There is room for one more treasure, Wally. One more," he said, "for whatever you choose to give." Everyone looked at him. Wally swallowed. Then he reached up and pulled off his little red cap. Now he loved that cap, truly loved it. It had kept him warm, made him feel brave, and looked only a little ridiculous. But he sat it gently inside the chest. "This cap," Wally said softly, "has been with me on every adventure. It reminds me to be curious and careful, and even when I don't know what I'm doing." Harold raised a paw. "That is often." Everyone laughed. Wally laughed too. And Wally continued, "I want this treasure to remind us that the best adventures are the one we share." There was a quiet hush. Then Olive smiled. Mrs. Puddle sniffed and blamed the breeze. Harold blew his nose dramatically into a leaf and announced, "I am having emotions." Maple rolled her eyes. "You are always having emotions." "Yes," Harold said proudly, I'm excellent at it." The woodland friends gathered around the chest. They told stories, they laughed, they passed around the last of the blueberry muffins. Someone started a song, and though no one knew all the words, they sang anyway. Wally sat on the hill and looked at the stars. He thought about the coin he had found. It was lovely, yes, but it only led him here. The real treasure had been waiting in kindness, friendship, laughter, and love all along. The next morning, Wally went back to the old oak tree. This time he brought no spoon, no satchel, no big plans to become important. Instead, he brought a small carved wooden heart he had made during the night. It wasn't perfect. One side was a little lumpy. The top looked slightly squished. "All the best art is a little squishy," Harold said when he saw it. Wally buried the wooden heart beneath the roots of the old oak tree. "For the next finder," he said. Mabel tilted her head. "What if they were hoping for gold?" Wally smiled. "Maybe they'll find something better." And from then on, Wally still loved shiny things. He still liked bright pebbles and polished acorns, and once got very excited about a spoon that reflected his face. But he no longer thought treasure meant having the most. He learned that treasure could be warm muffin after a long walk, a friend who stays with you, a laugh that bubbles up when your cap falls over your eyes, a story shared under the stars, a gift given from the heart, and sometimes, yes, sometimes, when the moon was bright and the hill was full of neighbors, Wally would tell the younger children the tale of the treasure chest. He always began the same way. "With bright eyes, quick paws, and a curious heart, I once went looking for treasure." And every time he told it, Harold would interrupt at least once to ask whether the story included muffins. It usually did. But the very best stories, like the very best treasures, are sweeter when shared. And if you ever wander through a quiet woodland where the creek sings over the stones, and if you happen to meet a small weasel wearing a red cap and a very big happy grin, don't be surprised if he asks you a question. "Would you like to hear a story?" he'll say, and I hope you'll answer, "Yes, please." Because somewhere in every good story, there is treasure. Here's the moral of the story. Real treasure is not always gold, jewels, or shiny things we can't hold in our paws. The greatest treasures are kindness, friendship, and shared laughter, loving memories, and the courage to give from the heart. When we care for others, help when we can, and share what is special to us, we become richer in the very best way. The way that fills hearts, strengthens friendships, and remind us that we are never truly poor when we are surrounded by love. Wasn't that amazing, boys and girls, mums and dads? Do you ever go on a treasure hunt? I'd love to hear the story one day. If you like this story, then tell your friends to come and check out Storytime by Santa. I love doing this for you, and I hope it put a big smile on your face. Ho, ho, ho! Till the next time, Santa loves you. Ho, ho, ho! Come in, my merry friends. Pull your blankets close, fluff up your pillows, and wiggle those toes until you've found the coziest spot in the room, because tonight's story is a full, snowy wonder laughter, and a pair of mittens that were much more than they seemed. This story is called The Magical Mittens of Mistletoe Mountain. Far above the sleepy villages and frosty forests, beyond the sparkling rivers of snow and whispering pines, there stood a snowy peak called Mistletoe Mountain. Now, Mistletoe Mountain was not the tallest mountain in the North Pole. It wasn't the iciest. It was not the windiest either, though it did have one gusty corner that could steal a hat before breakfast and send it halfway to the reindeer stables. No, what made Mistletoe Mountain special was this. It glittered day and night, morning and midnight, under stars, under moonlight, under dawn's first golden stretch. The snow on Mistletoe Mountain glimmered like tiny diamonds, and the little evergreen trees that grew along its slopes always seemed to hum with joy. At the very top of the mountain stood a tiny warming cottage made of pine wood and stone. Smoke curled from its chimney in neat little puffs. Lantern glowed in the windows, and above the door hung a sign that read, "Mittens mended, tea poured, stories welcome." The cottage belonged to an elderly elf named Merryweather. Now, Merryweather was not a toy maker. She was not a cookie baker. She was not a sleigh builder or a bell polisher or a present wrapper. Merryweather was a mitten maker, and not just any mitten maker. She was the finest mitten maker in the whole North Pole. Her mittens were famous for being warm enough to toast your fingers even on a coldest night. Her mittens were soft, sturdy, beautiful, and almost impossible to lose. Almost. There was once an elf who lost one in a berry pie, but that's another story entirely. Merryweather lived alone except for her round little snow owl named Button, who blinked slowly, hooted politely, and believed all chairs in the cottage belonged to him. Every winter, elves, rabbits, foxes, children, and even the occasional reindeer climbed Mistletoe Mountain to visit Merryweather's cottage. Some came for mittens, some came for tea, some came because the mountain had a way of making hearts feel quiet and happy, and some came because Merryweather told the best stories north of the peppermint forest. One bright snowy morning, as sunlight scattered across the mountain like handfuls of sugar, a young girl named Holly trudged up the winding path to the cottage. Holly lived in the village below with her father, who carved sleigh rails, and her grandmother, who made the fluffiest pancakes in 3 frozen valleys. Holly was 10 years old, with red-brown hair tucked under a knit cap, cheeks pink from the cold, and eyes so curious they were often half the thought ahead of the rest of her. She loved climbing trees, reading maps, asking questions, and trying things that were just a little too difficult for her on the first try. She was brave in a clumsy sort of way, the sort of brave that says, "I can do this," and then immediately trips over a snowdrift. That morning, Holly climbed the mountain with one mitten on and one mitten missing. Not lost forever, mind you, just lost somewhere between the sled shed and a very enthusiastic snowbank. When she reached the cottage, she knocked twice. Inside came the sound of clinking cups, a soft hoot, and then a cheerful voice of Merryweather. "Doors open, if your heart is kind." Holly pushed the door open and stepped inside. Warm wrapped around her immediately. The cottage smelled like cedar wood, cinnamon tea, and fresh wool. Bundles of yarn hung from pegs on the walls. Little shelves held rows and rows of mittens in every color you could imagine. Bright berry red, icy blue, moss green, creamy white, and golden yellow like winter sunlight. Button the owl sat on the back of a rocking chair and blinked at Holly as if reviewing her entrance technique. "Good morning, Miss Merriweather," Holly said. Merriweather looked up from her knitting basket and smiled. She had silver hair braided down her back, spectacles perched on the end of her nose, and a full length of laugh lines that made her seem as if she had been smiling for years without interruption. "Holly Pine," she said, "you've come with one mitten and one chilly hand. That's a very lopsided arrangement." Holly laughed. "I lost the other one." "Of course you didn't," said Merriweather kindly. "Sit down before your fingers start writing complaint letters." Holly sat at the fire while Merriweather poured a small cup of cinnamon tea with extra honey. Button flew down and settled beside the teapot like a tiny feathered guard. "Now, my merry feathered friends." After Holly had warmed her hands and taken 2 bites of a ginger biscuit, her eyes drifted to a pair of mittens resting on a mantel above the fireplace. They were unlike any mittens she had ever seen. They were white as fresh snow, but when the firelight touched them, little glimmers of silver and gold moved through the wool like hidden stars, and each cuff was stitched a tiny green leaf with red berries, mistletoe leaves delicate and bright. Holly stared. Merriweather noticed at once. "Ah," she said, following Holly's gaze, "you've spotted the special pair." Holly nodded. "They're beautiful." "They are. Who are they for?" Merriweather's eyes twinkled. "That," she said, "has yet to be decided." Holly looked down from mittens to Merriweather. "Are they magical?" Button hooted softly, which in owl language usually means, "Oh, here we go." Merriweather sat down her knitting. "Well," she said, "since you asked politely, yes, they are magical." Holly nearly dropped her biscuit. "Really? Really? What do they do?" Merriweather leaned back in her chair. "They are called the mittens of Mistletoe Mountain. They were knitted many winters ago by my grandmother, and her grandmother before that helped spin the first thread." Holly's eyes grew wide. Merriweather continued, "The magic in them is simple, but very special. When worn by someone with the kind and courageous heart, the mittens help that person do what they most need to do." Holly blinked. "Anything?" Merriweather chuckled. "Not anything. They won't make cabbages sing or teach a goat table manners." "That would still be useful," Holly said. "It would," said Merriweather, "but no, their magic doesn't work that way. They do not do things for you. They help you become what you need to be." Holly thought about that. So if someone needed to be brave, they might feel steadier. If someone needed to help, they may notice how. If someone needs to believe in themselves, they might finally do it. Holly looked at the mittens again. Then a hopeful little thought crept into her head. Merriweather saw it immediately. "No," she said gently. Holly slumped. "You always know. It comes with age and excellent eyebrows." Holly smiled despite herself. "You are not ready to borrow them just because you're curious." Merriweather said, "Magic, especially the kind stitched into useful things, must be treated with respect." Holly nodded. "I understand." And she did. Mostly. But those mittens stayed in her mind like a song you can't stop humming. The next day, the whole North Pole village buzzed with excitement. The annual Winter Lantern Walk was only 2 nights away. Now, the Winter Lantern Walk was one of the happiest events of the season. Families carried glowing lanterns through the forest path below Mistletoe Mountain. Elves sang, foxes scampered, children marched proudly in boots that were usually one size too big because winter socks made everything tricky. At the end of the walk, everyone gathered in the snowy clearing for hot cocoa, music, and the lighting of the star tree. This year, Holly had been given a very important job. She was to carry the first lantern at the head of the procession. It was a great honor. It was also, as Holly told her grandmother, a little bit terrifying. Her grandmother flipped a pancake with perfect aim and said, "Good, important things usually feel that way." Holly frowned. "That's not comforting." "It wasn't meant to be," Grandma said cheerfully. Now, Holly wanted to carry the first lantern. Truly she did. But there was one problem. Well, three problems if we're being honest. First, the lantern was made of delicate crystal and light enough to wobble if your hands shook. Second, everyone in the village would be watching. And third, Holly had a habit of becoming extra clumsy when she was nervous. She once tripped over a welcome mat while standing still. That takes commitment. Yes, it does. So when Holly climbed Mistletoe Mountain again the next day, she came not just for tea and warmth. She came because she hoped Merryweather might have some wise advice. And perhaps, just perhaps, because she wanted another look at those magical mittens. Merryweather was outside hanging little bells from the porch rail when Holly arrived. "Good morning," said Merryweather. "Good morning," said Holly. "You're thinking hard. Can you tell by my face?" "No, Button told me." Button, sitting on the rail, gave a solemn hoot. Holly laughed and then sighed. "I'm carrying the first lantern at the Winter Lantern Walk." Merryweather smiled. "That is wonderful news." "It is," Holly admitted, "except I'm afraid I'll drop it." Merryweather nodded slowly. "Ah, I know I should just be brave. But what if Brave doesn't show up?" Merryweather set down the bells and looked at Holly with kind eyes. "Brave rarely arrives all at once," she said. "It usually comes in small footsteps." Holly leaned against the porch post. "That sounds nice, but my small footsteps sometimes trip." "Yes," Merryweather said. "Mine too." Holly looked up in surprise. "You?" "My dear, I once walked straight into a snowman because I was waving at a reindeer." Holly giggled. "You did not." "I did, and the snowman, I must admit, handled it with dignity." They both laughed. Then Merryweather grew thoughtful. "Would you like to help me with something?" she asked. Holly nodded. Inside the cottage, Merryweather handed Holly a basket of tiny lantern charms shaped like stars, bells, and snowflakes. "These need to be tied onto a ribbon strings for the children's lanterns," Merryweather said. "Small work, careful work, work for steady hands." Holly swallowed. "Steady hands?" she repeated. She sat at the table and began tying the charms one by one onto silver ribbon strings. At first her hands felt fumbly. One knot came loose. Another ribbon slipped sideways. Button watched the whole thing with round, deeply suspicious eyes. But Holly kept going, slowly, carefully, breathing. By the time she reached the last ribbon, her hands had become steady. Merryweather sat a warm hand on her shoulder. "There," she said. "Do you feel it?" Holly looked down at her fingers. "They're not shaking." "Because you are capable," said Merryweather. "You only forget when fear starts talking too loudly." Holly sat very still. Then her gaze lifted to the mantel. The magical mittens still rested there, glowing softly in the afternoon light. Merryweather followed her gaze. Without a word, she lifted the mittens and brought them over. Holly's mouth fell over. "Merryweather?" "These mittens do not replace courage," said Merryweather, "but sometimes they remind a heart of what it already carries." She placed the mittens in Holly's hands. They were softer than clouds and warmer than teacups fresh from the shelf. "May I really borrow them?" Holly whispered. "You may," said Merryweather, "on one condition. Anything. You wear them not because you think you are not enough, but because you are willing to grow into what you already are." Holly nodded. Her eyes were suspiciously shiny. I promise. The night of the winter lantern walk arrived with sparkling stars, fresh powdery snow, and the sort of quiet excitement that makes every lantern flame seem brighter. The whole village gathered at the forest path. Children pounded in scarves and wool hats lined up with their lanterns. Parents adjusted mittens and boots. Elves passed around cups of hot cider. Somewhere a fox sneezed into a snowbank and looked personally offended by the experience. Holly stood at the front of the procession, the first lantern in her hands, and on her own hands were the mittens of Mistletoe Mountain. They glowed very softly, barely noticeable until the light hit them just right. At first, Holly still felt nervous, very nervous. Her stomach bounced like a snowball on a staircase. But when she wrapped her fingers around the lantern handle, something changed. Not all at once, not in a burst of music or a swirl of sparkles, just a little. The mittens felt warm. Her breath slowed, her thoughts settled, and inside of hearing only her fear, she began to hear other things too. The crunch of boots in snow, the cheerful chatter of children, the gentle jingle of sleigh bells in the distance, the wind in the pines, the moment itself. Holly looked back at the light, at the lines of lanterns behind her. So many little lights, so many smiling faces, and suddenly carrying the first lantern didn't feel like standing alone. It felt like helping everyone begin together. Well now, that was a very different sort of feeling. The procession started. Holly walked carefully, lantern steady in her mittens hands. The path carved through the trees where snow rests on branches like frosted cake, and lantern lit danced in warm little pools across the white ground. At first everything went perfectly. Then, because stories do like to keep us awake, a tiny problem appeared. Just ahead, on the narrowest part of the path, one of the youngest children, a little elf named Nori, got her scarf caught on a crooked branch. Not badly, not dangerously, but enough to stop her in place and make her tiny lantern wobble. Oh, squeaked Nori. The line behind her slowed, lanterns bobbled, and a few children bumped boots. Someone in the back said, "Are we still walking?" Holly stopped at once. Her first thought was, "Oh no, don't stop the first lantern." Then she remembered something Meriwether had said. The mittens help you do what you most need to do. What Holly most needed to do was not hold perfectly still. It was help. So Holly turned, handed the first lantern carefully to Theo, the bell ringer elf beside her, and knelt in the snow. "It's all right," she said gently to Nori. "Hold your lantern steady. I've got your scarf." Her mittened fingers moved carefully, loosening the knitted fringe from the branch one thread at a time. Nori sniffled once, then stood very still. "There," Holly said, at last. The scarf came free. Nori beamed. "Thank you." Holly smiled and took back the first lantern. Theo grinned at her. "Nice save." Holly's cheeks went pink, not from embarrassment, from pride. The good kind. The procession continued. When they reached the clearing, everyone cheered as the star tree was lit. Music played, cocoa steamed from hot, big silver pots. Children laughed and waved their lanterns like glowing fireflies. Meriwether stood near the cocoa table with Button on her shoulder. As Holly ran up, the old elf smiled warmly. "You did beautifully," she said. Holly looked down at the mittens. "They really are magical." Meriwether nodded. "Yes, but tell me true, what was the most magical part?" Holly thought about her steady hands, the warm courage, the moment on the path with Nori. Then she smiled. "They helped me stop thinking only about myself." Weather's eyes twinkled exactly. Later, when the last lanterns had dimmed and the final songs drifted into the snowy night, Holly climbed the mistletoe mountain one more time to return the mittens. She placed them gently on the mantel. For a moment she just stood there looking at them. "Thank you," she whispered. Merryweather, stirring cinnamon in 2 mugs of tea, said softly, "What did they teach you?" Holly smiled. "That courage can be quiet." Merryweather nodded. "And?" "That helping someone else can make you forget your fear." Merryweather smiled again. "And?" Holly looked at her own bare hands. "That magic is nicest when it reminds you what you already have." Button hooted, which this time clearly meant, "Well said." From that winter onward, Holly never forgot the mittens of Mistletoe Mountain. She did not borrow them every day or even every year. Most years she did just fine with ordinary mittens and a brave little heart. But whenever she climbed the mountain and saw those white mittens glowing by the fire, she smiled because she knew their secret now. Their greatest magic was not in sparkling wool or old stitches or hidden winter light. Their greatest magic was helping people notice the goodness they already carried inside them. And that, my merry friends, is one of the finest kinds of magic there is. Here's the moral of the story. True courage does not always arrive in grand, noisy moments. Often it comes quietly, one small steady step at a time, especially when we stop focusing only on our fear and begin thinking about how we can help others. Kindness, responsibility, and believing in ourselves are a powerful kind of magic because they remind us of what we need most is often already inside our hearts, waiting to be trusted. Wow, boys and girls, mums and dads, what an amazing story. I hope you enjoyed that. Come back again tomorrow because I might have another story on Storytime by Santa. Ho, 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 Santa loves you. Far away from the North Pole, on the opposite side of the world, where an ocean turned to glass and the wind sang across endless white plains, there lived a young penguin named Percival Snow Toe, although everybody called him Percy. Percy lived in a large penguin colony where life followed a steady and predictable rhythm. Each morning the colony woke up before the sun. Penguins stretched their flippers, shook snow from their feathers, and slid across the ice towards the sea. They dove gracefully into the icy water, catching fish with speed and a skill before returning to shore to share stories of the day. Percy loved his home. He loved the glow of the sky at dawn and the way the ice sparkled when the sun finally rose, but Percy often felt like he didn't quite belong. The other penguins were excellent swimmers. They dove deep and fast, cutting through the water like arrows. Percy tried to follow them, but he dived. His dives were clumsy. He splashed too hard, missed his fish, and popped back up, gasping for breath when the others laughed and swam on. When the penguins practiced sliding races across the ice, Percy tried just as hard. He leaned forward, pushed off, and slid, only to spin sideways and tumble into a snowbank. He always laughed along with everyone else, but inside his heart felt heavy. Percy wasn't lazy, he wasn't careless, he just wasn't very good at the things everyone else seemed born to do. So whenever the colony grew busy, Percy wandered off towards the quiet edges of the ice where the snow lay untouched and the wind whispered softly. There he felt less like he was in the way. One afternoon, while the sky glowed pale blue and the snow drifted lazily from above, Percy scooped up a handful of snow. He packed it carefully between his flippers, rolled it into a smooth brown ball. Curious, he tossed it gently into the air. Plop! He caught it. Percy blinked, surprised. He tossed it again, a little higher this time. Plop! A smile tugged at the corners of his beak. Percy packed a second snowball and tried tossing both of them. Plop, plop! His eyes widened. Then he packed a third. Plop, plop, plop! Percy laughed out loud, the sound echoing across the quiet ice. For the first time in a long time, he felt steady, focused, and happy. From that day on, whenever Percy felt out of place, he practiced juggling snowballs. He practiced early in the morning when the world was quiet. He practiced late at night beneath the glowing sky. He practiced whenever he needed to remind himself that he, wasn't useless, just different. As December crept slowly, excitement buzzed through the colony. Snowstorms grew stronger and the sky shimmered more than often with dancing lights. One evening, the elders called a meeting. Penguins, gather a wide circle as Elder Aurora, the oldest and wisest amongst them, stepped forward. Penguins of the ice, she announced, her voice calm and steady. Christmas is approaching and this year Santa Claus will pass directly over our seas on his journey around the world. Gasps rippled through the crowd. But, Elder Aurora continued, the storms have grown stronger. If Santa cannot see his way clearly, Christmas magic may scatter across the sky. The colony was given an important task. They would prepare shining snow markers across the ice, bright reflections that would guide Santa's sleigh safely through the night. Everyone worked hard. Penguins polished snowbanks until they shone like mirrors. Others stacked ice crystals carefully to catch the moonlight. Even the youngest penguins helped pack snow into glowing shapes. Percy wanted to help more than anything. He tried building snow markers, but his leaned crooked. He tried polishing ice, but his reflections faded too quickly. No matter how hard he worked, his efforts never looked quite right. Some penguins sighed kindly, others patted his shoulder and said, "You'll get it eventually." But Percy wasn't so sure. One night, feeling especially discouraged, Percy wandered further than usual. Snow fell thick and quiet, muffling the world. Above him, the northern lights shimmered in gentle waves of green and blue. Percy practiced juggling through the glowing sky, tossing snowballs higher and higher, letting them catch the light. Crack! The sound froze him in place. The ice beneath Percy shifted suddenly. A large section of the carefully prepared snow markers slid and collapsed, tumbling into the dark sea below. Lanterns vanished, reflections shattered. Percy's heart sank. Penguins rushed towards the sound. "Our markers," one cried. "What happened?" shouted another. Elder Aurora arrived quickly, her expression serious but calm. She studied the broken ice and nodded slowly. "Without these reflections," she said softly, "Santa may lose his way." Percy stepped forward, trembling. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I didn't mean to ruin anything." The colony grew quiet. Elder Aurora looked at Percy carefully. "Intent matters," she said gently, "and now we must find a solution." The wind picked up, snow fell heavier, time was slipping away. Percy looked down at his flippers, at the snowballs resting there. I might be able to help," he said. Bruno, one of the strongest swimmers, frowned. "How?" Percy swallowed hard. "By juggling." Murmurs spread through the crowd. Some penguins looked doubtful, others curious. Elder Aurora nodded slowly. "Show us." Percy climbed to the highest ridge of ice. The wind whipped around him, stinging his feathers. The sky above shimmered faintly. He tossed one snowball, then two, then three, then four. Percy moved carefully at first, then faster, letting the snowballs rise higher into the glowing sky. As they spun, they caught moonlight, starlight, and the aurora light all at once. The sky seemed to respond. The northern lights grew brighter, reflecting off the spinning snowballs. Beams of light danced across the ice, forming glowing paths that stretched far and wide. High above, bells jingled. Santa's sleigh appeared in the distance. "Look," someone cried. Percy's flippers ached. His breath puffed weight into the air, but he didn't stop. He juggled with everything he had, keeping the glowing path steady. Santa's sleigh glided smoothly along the lit trail. As he passed overhead, Santa tipped his hat. "Well done, young penguin, well done," Santa called warmly. As Santa's sleigh disappeared into the glowing sky, the penguin collie stood in stunned silence. Snowflakes drifted gently around them, catching bits of fading light from the aurora. For a long moment, nobody spoke. Then the youngest penguins began cheering. They slid across the ice towards Percy, flippers flapping, eyes wide with excitement. Do it again," one cried. "Make the lights dance again." Percy laughed, still breathless, and gently tossed a single snowball in the air. It glimmered softly before landing back in his flipper. "I think the sky needs to rest now," Percy said with a grin. The older penguins gathered closer. Bruno, who had once doubted Percy the most, stepped forward and cleared his throat. "I was wrong," Bruno said. "All that time we thought you weren't good at anything important. Turns out you were practicing for exactly the moment we needed." Percy's cheek warmed beneath his feathers. "I just like juggling," he said. Elder Aurora nodded thoughtfully. "That is often how true gifts begin," she said. "They start as joy, not as duty." The colony worked together through the rest of the night, rebuilding the fallen snow markers and securing the ice shelf so it would not crack again. This time Percy helped in a new way. He juggled snowballs slowly and carefully, letting them catch the light so others could see where to place each marker. The snowballs became moving guides, floating briefly in the air before gently returning to his flippers. "Left a bit," someone would say. Percy would toss the snowball higher, letting it glow brighter. "Here. Yes, perfect." For the first time, Percy wasn't trailing behind or apologizing. He was leading. When the work was finished, the penguins gathered in a wide circle, exhausted but smiling. Somebody passed around warm fish stew, and laughter echoed across the ice. Later, as the colony settled in for the night, Percy lay on his back staring up at the sky. The northern lights shimmered faintly, slower now, like they were waving goodnight. Bruno lay nearby. "You know," he said, "we could use your juggling for more than Christmas." Percy tilted his head. "Like what?" "Storm warnings," Bruno said. "Celebrations. Teaching the chicks how to focus. Maybe even welcoming Santa every year." Percy smiled. "I'd like that." And from that night on, Percy was never sent away to practice alone. When the young penguins struggled with sliding or swimming, Percy taught them something else first: how to balance, how to focus, how to keep trying even when something felt awkward. Sometimes they juggled snowballs, sometimes they dropped them and laughed, and sometimes when the sky shimmered just right, Percy would juggle beneath the lights. Not to save Christmas, but to remind everyone that joy, once shared, grows brighter every time it passes along. Cheers erupted across the ice when Percy finally stopped. He collapsed in the snow, laughing and exhausted. Penguins rushed to his side, lifting him up and cheering. Elder Aurora smiled. "Percy," she said, "you didn't juggle snowballs. You juggled courage, creativity, and hope." That Christmas, Percy was no longer the penguin who couldn't keep up. He was the penguin who juggled snowballs. And every year after that, when the sky glowed and Christmas drew near, Percy stood proudly beneath the lights, knowing that sometimes the very thing that makes you different is exactly what the world needs. Everyone has something special to offer, even if it looks different from everyone else's talent. When you believe in yourself and use your unique gifts to help others, you can light the way for kindness, joy, and true magic everywhere. That was the moral of the story, folks. Wasn't that awesome? What a great story, folks. So come back tomorrow and listen to another wonderful tale by Santa Papa John at Storytime by Santa. Ho, ho, ho. Ho, 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 ladies and gentlemen. Santa Papa John here, and today we are starting something exciting for you and your children, moms and dads. We are doing the Big Heart Life Lesson Series. Today's Big Heart Life Lesson is keep your promise. Bramble promised his friend he would help build a snow fort, but later he wanted to go play instead. Santa smiled and said, "When we make a promise, people count on us." So Bramble kept his word, and his friend felt important and valued, because keeping promises builds trust, and trust builds strong friendships. If you make a promise today, do your best to keep it. Come back tomorrow for some more Big Heart Life lessons or stories with Santa Papa John. Ho, 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 Santa loves you. Ho, 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 ladies and gentlemen, Santa Papa John here, and today we are starting something exciting for you and your children, moms and dads. We are doing the Big Heart Life Lesson Series. Today's Big Heart Life Lesson is, don't give up. Bramble tried and failed, then he tried again and failed again. He felt like quitting, but Santa encouraged him to keep going. One more try, one more step, one more effort, and eventually he succeeded. Remember, success often comes after we refuse to give up. Keep going. You can do hard things. Come back tomorrow for another Big Heart Life lesson or story with Santa Papa John. Santa loves you. Ho, ho, ho. Ho, 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 ladies and gentlemen, Santa Papa John here, and today we are starting something exciting for you and your children, moms and dads. We are doing the Big Heart Life Lesson Series. Ho, 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 today's Big Heart Life Lesson is, be a good friend. Bramble learned that being a good friend isn't just about having fun together. It's about listening, helping, encouraging, and being there when someone needs you. Good friends celebrate each other's successes and help each other through hard times. Today, think about one way you can be a good friend, because friendship is one of life's greatest gifts. Come back tomorrow for another Big Heart Life lesson or story time with Santa Papa John. Ho, 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 Santa loves you.